Oh, good. See if we even do that.
Okay, so it looks like it's 9 o'clock and we are not going to hear the courthouse, the tower bells for a while, so I won't stop waiting for them. And call this meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners to order. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Do we have any update on the bells? Do we know?
Months.
It's
It's gonna take a month or two.
Yeah,
A month or two? Okay.
Yeah, it was in the paper.
yeah, maybe March, I heard.
Yeah.
So as we do every morning, I call this to order. We'll start out with public comments. If you're in the Zoom room and would like to make public comment, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And if you're in the room physically and want to make public comment, you can raise your hand and make a comment. Anyone interested in the room?
Sure.
Okay, let's start in the room. We'll start with Gordon King in the room, talking to us about the Shoreline Master Program update.
Or not. Morning and welcome, new commissioner. You're so new, you don't even have a.
It's true. I don't have a name tag yet.
So,
Karen's on it. She's done so many things.
glad to meet you in person, so.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Chair Eisenhower is right. It's the SMP. She let us know several weeks ago that maybe in February something will be happening with it. That will come back from the deputy prosecutor. So as we have a new commissioner, I thought I'd do a quick 2.5 minute run through. This meant to be a simple process. It's been going on since at least 2020 when Commissioner Brotherton and I were on a task force that providing public input to the fairly decent SMP that the DCD had put together. The aquaculture piece of that has since been butchered, and it's much more difficult for particularly geoduck farms to get a permit. I called up our permitting person at work this morning. We just got a permit to farm geoduck in Burleigh in Pierce County. Costs us over $1 million. I'm familiar with the high price of getting permits where you have a big public meeting and public input from generally NIMBYs, because I got a mussel farm for Taylor Shellfish in Thurston County, and that was probably close to $2 million. Now, a company like Taylor's Shellfish that I work for, who's got several hundred employees, they can afford to do that, though we would prefer not to. But I can guarantee you, young people or independent people starting out, if you have a full CUP with public hearing, will not be able to get geoduck farms. So Taylor's will, because science is on our side, but you have to prove through ridiculous public comment, ill-informed. And the reality is that the science has been done on geoduck farming, and people bring up irrelevant stuff that with no science backing. They might as well claim it attracts meteorites, and then in a public hearing we'd have to answer that. We'd have to say it's ridiculous. But by having a public hearing with the hearing examiner, which costs quite a bit of money anyway, but then you have to go through and answer all ridiculous comments. So Taylor's will be okay, but it will put it out of the reach for independent people with a lot less resources. And as somebody who grew up on a family farm, it makes me very sad. But thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you.
And as we always do, we'll respond to all the public comment received after we receive all the comments. And I see that there was at least one hand in the Zoom room up. Yes, Ed Bowen. We need to bring Ed over for public comment. If anyone else in the Zoom room would like to make public comment, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and we'll bring you over in the order the hands go up. I see Shelley's coming over after Ed. Good morning, Ed. You will have 3 minutes for public comment once you get yourself unmuted.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ed Bowen, West Jefferson. So I'm back, probably be back several times regarding the two Weston county road closures. Most prevalent in my my concern right now is South Shore Road in the Lake Quinault area. So I understand there was supposed to be a meeting with the national park last week, but I haven't received a report back. I suspect the chair possibly will do that today, but unfortunately I won't be able to stick around to hear the comments. So I'll see if I can see if there's an update to that meeting last week. And I really want to know what the commissioner's next step is going to be. That's what I'm most interested. What I'd like to report out to is the emergency management folks did send me an email, and I was very appreciative of that. I think many West End Jefferson County residents would like to hear from emergency management on this aspect, especially those landowners now that are locked out. And last but not least, I did suggest to you at the last meeting that you consider the continuing resolution disaster fund, National Park Service capital infrastructure component on page 58 of that legislation. What's interesting is in this, I think it was in last week's Senate confirmation hearing for the director of OMB. This actually, it wasn't this particular pot of money, but the disaster funds was brought up in that confirmation hearing for the OMB director for the new administration. So the door's wide open. I would just advocate that the commissioners consider it's not, if Senator Murray's going to help us with this, those are the kind of things that need to go after the new funding sources. Thank you very much.
Ed,
Thank you, Ed.
Shelley, you'll need
Good
to.
Good morning. Good morning, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. I'd like to speak with regards to the current draft of the Jefferson Aquatic Center survey. There's hardly any true mention of how the facility will be paid for, and most importantly, how much it could cost to build and operate. This information is not presented as the first and most important survey question element of building a new mid-county aquatic facility. Survey clarification information regarding how the facility gets paid for and what the capital and operational liability will be to local taxpayers needs to be the first content and question within the survey. Representing the tax as small is deceiving, as it's ongoing, and especially a regressive sales tax hurts those most that can least afford it. There is no representation as to what the principal funding apparatus is either. That being the formation of a PFD, which can be used for other capital improvement projects as well. The survey needs to clarify that the PFD will need to have its overhead expenses funded through this supposed small sales tax increase as well. This needs to be transparent from the beginning because that's been the problem all along. If you're going to pay to have a survey done, the survey needs to tell you what the facts are, not what we want it to hear. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Shelley. If there's anyone else with us who is online who'd like to make a public comment, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And we'll bring you over. I'm not seeing any other hands go up. I will leave public comment open for now in case somebody is moved to make a public comment. But for now, we'll receive or respond to the 3 comments we received. Anyone like to start?
Sure, I can go first. I appreciate everyone's comments as always. It's good to see you, Gordon. And yeah, it seems like a long time ago. It's 2020. We started looking at the S&P, and I generally agree with your comments. I know it has been kind of on the back burner, but it will be coming forward in February, as you say. So that is accurate. You know, I tend to really favor aquaculture. You know, I mean, there's not very many farms that filter the environment that they grow in. So I'm, you know, I want to make it as easy as possible. And my daughter worked at a small aquaculture farm, family-owned aquaculture farm this summer. So it is, it definitely supports the local economy. And I appreciate you bringing light on again as we move towards considering the changes. To Mr. Bowen, I'll kind of defer, I guess, to Heidi, who was at that meeting. I got a little bit of an update, which was kind of not a great update, you know, kind of no news is bad news, I would say. But not a lot about the South Shore Road aspect of it, though I do know they have that permit in place for landowners to be able to access.
Mhm.
And it did seem like there were a few options, maybe funding, more funding options for the Upper Hill Road, but I will let Commissioner Eisenhower speak to that. And to Shelley Yarnell, I think you missed the point of the survey. It's really to establish what should we build. I think it is quite clear that you are biased against the pool and you want to, you know, talking about the ultimate cost before we know what we want is a way to scuttle a project. And I mean, Mr. Yarnell comes at every opportunity to say we should not build a public pool, and this is more of that. I find the survey very unbiased. It does talk about the revenue source, but it's really trying to establish if we wanted to, do we want an aquatic facility? What should we program it with? How much would you use it? So these are the kind of questions that we need. I think it's very unbiased. I appreciate it also. They didn't have it in time to send to the Northwood Canal Chamber, which is where I think Mr. Yarnell reviewed it in detail. But the tourism aspect of it too was added over the weekend. I think it looks pretty strong as well. And I would say super unbiased. I actually have in taking statistics and threw this by my professor who gave some notes as they've been developing it. And you know, you can't really get a lot more unbiased than this. Putting the question that will prejudice people at the very beginning, as Mr. Yarnell keeps requesting, is not the best way to get the information we're looking for.
Yeah, if anyone else raised their hand, we will bring you over after we respond to the first comments we received. Heather, do you wanna?
Well, yeah, I'll respond. That's a really interesting perspective to hear, Greg. I think I'm gonna go backwards and just talk about Ms. Yarnell's comment. To me, it really speaks to the desire to have the upfront information about funding sources and the impacts of the funding sources. Although I agree, you know, as we've looked through this survey, it has presented as very unbiased to me as well. And I likewise have seen a lot of surveys over time. And at the same time, I feel like if we have someone as informed as Ms. Yarnell asking for more information about the funding sources and feeling like someone who represents her community as much as I know she does, if there are other ways for us to make sure that that information is out there about funding sources, I'd like to potentially look into that. But in terms of presenting it up front in the survey, I think you're right, and that it would actually bias folks in the other direction. But I would like to think more about that, and I appreciate the comment. Mr. Bowen, and as I get up to speed on the road issues, I appreciate your request for information about next steps. That really is always the way that we have to approach these big complex issues. I happen to know that Commissioner Eisenhower, as our new legislative lead, has been reaching out to Senator Murray's office, and so I appreciate your work on that, and likewise would like to know, like, where are we? What's their response been, and how can we advocate more fully? Which I think actually leads us to your comment, Mr. King, about the SMP, because these big complex processes can go on and on and on if we don't continue to just keep them in the forefront. And next steps is really the way that we do that. Okay, we have this information, what do we do next? And I see Commissioner Eisenhower really working toward that. And I will tell you, Mr. King, I spent many years permitting a shorelines project in the city of Port Townsend. And so I have a lot of empathy for the complexities of the Shoreline Master Program. I spent a lot of years really digging into that, former programs and current programs. And so I'm really looking to that. I happen to know that our prosecuting attorney is working really hard on it. He just gave an update to me personally very recently. So I hope we are going to hear some progress. And your perspective around these kinds of regulatory guidelines, that we keep our mind on how they may or may not be elbowing out our smaller business people is a really important perspective, and not one that we always have in the forefront. So I appreciate you bringing that forward as we are about to bring it back to the table. So thank you so much for continuing to push it. Next steps is really what we need to be about. Thank you.
Gordon, I just forwarded you the last update we had from the prosecuting attorney's office, which was on December 30th. But it still does talk about a February timeline for finalizing the back and forth we're doing with Department of Ecology right now.
That is what Philip said as well.
Let's see, to add to the questions about the roads on the west end, I did meet with the National Park Service and the State Department of Transportation with our Public Works Director, Monty Reinders, and our Assistant Public Works Director, Eric Kuzma, last week. And it was a frustrating meeting in that we went into it with, here are some ideas we have for how to fund these road repairs. Do you guys have any ideas? Crickets. So it was basically coming back to what are the options, or what's the flexibility within the funding sources that we identified. And the one glimmer of hope for the Upper Hoe Road, which I know Eric Kuzma is working on, we're communicating with the agency and figuring out if it's even an option, is repurposing or reallocating some of the flat funding we got for the $5 million repair farther down the road. Yeah, and that's a $5 million project, and the upper road portion of the project is around $650,000. So that was the idea that was most viable coming out of that meeting with Parks last week, and I have not heard an update, sorry, since then from Eric or Monty on that, but I will follow up with them when I have a second in between meetings today.
Was it Eric's idea or Parks?
I can't remember who in the room said it, but it feels like it was, it feels like it came out of a conversation about flap funding.
Okay.
That was happening around the table. There was about 12 other people in the room with us at that meeting.
Okay.
So that was the idea for Upper Hoe. There is not a current viable idea on the table for the South Shore Road. And we've been very clear with all of our agency partners that the county does not have the funds to repair these roads. Repair of these roads is gonna be between $1 and $1.25 million. And we do not have those funds in our road fund to repair those portions of those roads. So we're gonna have to find external funding, and anybody turning over all the rocks, if you find anything, please reach out to Monty Reinders or myself. And I am in conversation with the senator's office, and currently you know everything I know. That's everything I know right now.
And the Upper Hoe Road washout is expanding as well. Another big
Yeah.
tree fell down.
Yeah.
There's some more disturbing pictures.
Yeah.
That was shared like late last week.
Yeah.
We've still got a bit of season ahead of us for sure.
Yeah,
Is there any progress on just declaring a disaster?
we
Give me a
discussed that in the room the other day, and I feel like it was between, do we need a state disaster or a federal disaster? And I did ask that question of Daniel Palethorpe,
Yeah.
Senator Murray's staff person. I have not heard back from them yet.
Okay, well, I'm trying to schedule time with him as well, so I'll try to hammer on it from, Daniel and I are supposed to meet hopefully sometime.
So since
week
we
that he's
can't
here.
communicate, you need to communicate through Mark if you get an answer from him
Okay,
to any question that I asked him.
great, okay,
Okay,
will do.
okay. Complexity of communication abounds here. Okay, I think we responded, Shelley, to the Jack survey. You know, that I have been at the table this whole conversation, and it reminds me when I was recounting the 700 comments we'd received about the aquatic center redo in town, and how many people were supportive of a mid-county pool location. And I am still full tilt ahead supportive of a mid-county pool location. And, I think the survey as it's written is designed to figure out what we want in that pool facility. Not, then once we know what we want and we can get a cost estimate, we can figure out what sources of funding we're gonna go after to pay for that facility. So it feels like we're doing things in the right order to me, and I look forward to the next steps in the project. So with that, I will turn over to two other hands that we have raised. We're still before 9:30, which is our kind of public comment cutoff time. So let's bring Jean and Julia over, and we'll start with Jean Ball. Jean, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Good morning. Thank you for the much needed break from my firewood stacking project this morning. I'm gonna make a strange request in that somebody in the room pass my phone number to Mr. King, please. I am very glad to hear Mr. Bowen and others beating this drum, and I hope they continue to do so. And I know that you commissioners are doing what can be done, and I hope that a solution will be found and you turn every rock to find that solution for repairing those two roads. About the draft survey for Jack, we reviewed that last night during the chamber meeting, and numerous really great suggestions were made from that room at that time as to how to make it less biased, and nobody in the room thought it was unbiased. So we have some good suggestions, and I hope they will be well received. I think the whole point of having a questionnaire, a survey, is to understand what the public thinks, and it is important to present these questions in such a way that we understand what the public thinks, not what we want them to think. So I am hopeful that this process will yield that result. Thank you very much. And please give my number to Gordon.
Morning, Julia.
Good morning. My name's Julia Cochran, and among other identities, I run the Winter Welcoming Center. And November 18th, I sent a message to Paul Hines, my whatever he is, the head of my steering team, excuse me, to that we had gotten funded, and now I see it on your consent agenda again. So I am confused. That is one thing I was going to say, is I think your consent agenda is odd because it's identical to what was on whatever the meeting was before November 18th. And that's it. I'm looking forward to Oli Cap's presentation, and have a good morning.
And speak real quick to the I think what she's referring to is back in November, the Board of County Commissioners approved the slate of funding for all of those housing fund board approved recommendations, and right now we're doing the actual contract. And while we're at it, I would also like to point out item number 9 for Bayside Tiny Village. We did a mass approval, our contract approval process, and it got missed on the scope of work. It should say the recipient, but in the packet it says Dove House, so that's incorrect, but it can be approved during consent approval with that correction.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Comments?
Seeing any other hands up? Anyone, any last call for public comment? Anybody with us this morning on Zoom who would like to make public comment? You can use raise hand at the bottom of the Zoom screen and we'll bring you over. Anybody? Any last? I'm not seeing any hands go up. I've made lots of calls for public comments, so I think we're gonna close public comment and respond to the last 2 comments received.
Sounds good. I'll make a few quick comments. Yes, Julia, I'm learning this consent process as well. In fact, I think I will ask a quick question about the consent agenda when we get it. That might be helpful to you. And this is just the process of actually reviewing the contracts themselves after they have been written. And now we are actually voting, and that's what actually receive, funds these projects. So I'm looking forward to actually activating these dollars for those projects that the Housing Fund Board has recommended. And for Jean, I've got this phone number. We'll make sure Mr. King has actually just walked out of the room, but we'll make sure to get your number to him. And I look forward to seeing all the comments. I'm glad that it was reviewed. I think that was a really great group to take a look at this, and we'll get some good perspective. I'm interested to see what Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce wants to see. And I think we just have to be really aware of the difference between requests for information and maybe desire for us to be further along in the process as compared to what makes a simple, unbiased survey. And so even if some of the comments aren't implemented into the survey itself, there may be other places where we can make sure to activate and answer the questions and suggestions that came up at that meeting. But I look forward to reviewing them, and thank you so much for taking the time to put that energy in.
Like Julia, I'm looking forward to OLECAP's presentation today, and yeah, these are simply the contracts being approved, and as Carolyn said before, we approved the awards so we can set up the contracts. And to Jean, that's, I haven't seen the notes from the Chamber's meeting yet, so you should probably send them to me, or at least send them to Diane McDade, who I think sent you the information originally. Well, I sent it to you, but it has to be finalized by the 24th. It goes to print with the PUD. So please do send them in, and I'm sure they will be considered. I don't think wholesale changes are going to be made. So, but I do appreciate the Chamber taking a look. And as Heather said, this is part of the communication. And as Heidi said, this is really just this is the step we are in this very long process of figuring out what kind of pool do we want? It's not how do we pay for that pool, because we don't have a pool designed yet. And that's really trying to understand and really be intentional about methodical going through the steps. And so right now, how many people, and there's a lot of, you can do like the geographical question in there allows us to really assess how do folks in Brennan or Quilcene feel about it compared to how do folks in Port Hadlock? I mean, so there's a lot of statistical analysis that we can apply to these answers. And I just, we are trying to answer the questions with the survey. We use the survey and clear questions to answer those questions that I think folks have. So,
and there are some pretty cut and dry questions. Do you want this or do you not want this?
Yeah,
kinds of questions in a wide area. Yeah, so I think it will result in some pretty clear answers by region, who wants this and who doesn't, which I really look forward to seeing.
Yeah, and just I would encourage those that think it is biased or think that it's unbiased, fill it out. Your voice is, even if you aren't totally satisfied with the survey, filling out the survey is how you can
really
give input. So let's spread it far and wide.
I'm not going to add anything to the specific comments because I feel like colleagues have addressed them well, but I am going to say that if people are texting me during public comment and they want a response from me, please use my county cell phone, which is 360-301-0061. I do not use my personal cell phone during county business.
And don't text me and expect any response.
Right. So that's one comment. And the other is, we also, and I wanted to talk to you guys about this, and I thought I'd do it during public comment. We receive a number of public comments from folks where we all get an email over the weekend. And in the past, sometimes we've responded to those and other times we haven't. But since we have a new commissioner on board, I just thought it might be good to have a conversation about how we want to address written comments that we all receive in terms of our response to them.
Oh, that's a good question.
And in the past, what we've done is the commissioner who's the constituent lives in their respective district has been tasked with being in pole position for responding to that constituent.
If it's possible.
If it's possible. Sometimes there are issues that are, that we're all dealing with.
Sure.
And it might be helpful to have a conversation about the issue, but just wanted to have that conversation amongst ourselves. 'cause
Okay.
Feel like how we operate as a team is gonna be, and being as transparent about that as possible, is gonna benefit all the residents of Jefferson.
For sure, and I think that question actually goes for, you know, presenting questions to your commissioners at all, right? We know it's something I've been trying to figure out, right, as I get started. Okay, if I get a question from someone who doesn't live in my district, I think that residents should be able to reach out to whichever commissioner they feel is either most informed on the issue or that they have a connection with or whatever. And so just to say, I have found that so far the response is yes, kind of the first default is this issue within your district and are you already working on it? For example, is there already a commissioner that kind of is not the most knowledgeable about this? But I'll just tell the public, but both of my seatmates have told me, you know, we take all the issues regardless of which district they live in. Although we tend to sort of, if this is a brand new thing, we tend to default it to the commissioner who represents that district most directly. So that seems to work really well, and I appreciate the flexibility and being able to jump into issues that may not be in District 1.
And of course, you can email any commissioner that you like, right?
Right.
Just
Absolutely.
email the one, and that is the one that will probably respond to you, but you know, emailing Jeff BOCC,
Right.
we've got to come up with something that, you know, because we can't start talking to each other all the time, so
Right.
it's still like, I'll automatically respond to a District 3 question that goes to Jeff BOCC.
Yeah,
Like that.
absolutely, yeah.
And I assume that, but then I realized we haven't talked about it as
Yeah,
this team.
That's a good,
And
thank you for
so
doing that.
if I'm assuming that you're communicating with everyone in District 1, but we haven't said it to each other, then it might not be happening.
Yep, and I think there have been a couple of times now that I will reach out to Mark or we'll reach out to Carolyn or Wendy or Adil in the BOCC office and just, you know, can you communicate with the other commissioners and make sure,
Mhm.
you know, let them know I've responded or.
And that's the method that we'd like you to take.
Great, yeah, okay. Thank
And
you.
just further on one issue that we all received an email on, the burial proposal on Marathon Alley, I'm going to that meeting tonight, so I'll learn a lot more after that.
Great, yeah, I saw that on the agenda. Thank you for addressing it. I know I have gotten a couple of questions about that indirectly, so. I look forward to hearing more.
Natural berries are already available in District 3, of course.
That's true.
Okay, so we are done with public comment. And the next thing on our agenda is consent agenda. Does anyone have anything on consent agenda? In it, other than the item that Carolyn just mentioned with the Scribner's error in item number 9. Which should be changed to the recipient rather than Bayside Housing.
It was accidentally Dove House, but yeah.
Dove House, yeah, should be changed to Bayside, correct?
No, it should be changed to the recipient.
To
Yeah.
the recipient.
So
Um,
Philip flagged that one for us.
Okay, were there any others on consent that people had issues with?
This all looked really good to me. I just have kind of County 101 questions, if I could ask those that I'm trying to kind of put forward both for myself and just basic education for the public. So I noticed this time there are 2 separate accounts payable documents. So can you describe, Mark, why those are separated out in 2
Well,
separate?
one's for payroll, one's for accounts.
Okay.
No,
No,
Under
there's,
yeah,
there's actually 2 separate accounts payable.
Carolyn has an explanation. Let's let her.
Sure.
Yeah, so when they come in, we print them and then I tend to scan them in right away and then another one came in later, so we just scan them in separately.
You just do it.
That's the only difference. I
Okay,
mean, sometimes if I get them at the same time, I will scan them together, but that's the only difference.
okay,
Yeah, additional clarification on that. We have a thing called the 13th month,
yes,
which is in January. And we had 2 invoice runs in January and the auditor's office backdates them into December
and that's called the 13th month.
13th month.
Yeah, that's cool. My only other question is, can you just give us a basic description of what makes it onto the consent agenda as opposed to this regular agenda?
Items that staff believe are not controversial, that are routine in nature, that don't require a board discussion. Now, sometimes we miss it and something will pique your interest and you'll want to pull it and have a discussion. But generally, I think 99.95% of the time, we make the right call and put it on the consent.
Yeah, in the past, it was just approve the motion, there was no discussion.
Yeah.
And then, Kate came along and she started highlighting ones she liked, yeah, it's fine, you know. And now, just letting you know, it kind of evolved over time, because now it's more of a discussion topic.
Okay.
And takes more time on the agenda, but, in the past, it was just one motion approved, and if they didn't want to pull something, we'd pull it. And then discuss it in more detail.
Okay, yeah, it's great. So I see a lot of, usually it's these kinds of things where a bunch of contracts were already brought forward. In the case of these housing fund board approvals. And now staff is actually doing the work to create an actual contract, and those have to then come back to the BOCC to be reviewed and approved.
I'd like to call out just one thing real quick, housekeeping wise, on the signature pages. I've been trying to have the contracts, when they go through contract review, have one signature or the date in one location. But the contracts coming through here still have all the dates on it, so I have to write your date 12 times per contract, so. It would help me now if you guys could start doing the date until I get them to.
Okay, got it.
It's just harder.
signing.
Yeah, cause I do it 12 times by however many have. it.
Yeah. For 3 people as opposed
And then
to
me.
1.
So
And then you're trying to for next cycles to make it so that.
I've
they
been
don't all
asking
have to
people
be
to change
dated.
it, that change is not coming very fast.
So in addition to date, sometimes there's printed signature or there's title. Do you want us to fill those in as well?
And that I can do, it's usually when it happens, it's usually just for the chair, so.
Okay.
I can do that.
All
All
right,
right.
no problem.
Good thing,
Yeah.
because time consuming.
So you'll
Yeah,
still
you
have
bet.
eyes on them. You just want us to fill in the dates.
If you could, until I get them to change the template.
That is
Yep.
fair. Good request. That'll make it faster. I don't have any other questions today about consent.
You're familiar with Apex Accelerator? We've had a couple presentations in the past and PTAC. Okay.
Yeah, familiar enough to feel like the contract, the agreement looks good and.
Yeah.
But I would certainly appreciate more education as we go, but yeah.
Great to have Julia Cochran reappointed to the Housing Fund Board.
Yes.
Excited to have her back. I mean,
That's
she
great.
never didn't come, but she voted in one meeting she picked, so.
Always.
I would just add that our new SWAC member, citizen at large representative Rebecca Jewell. She's got deep solid waste experience.
Yeah.
And Al and I had lunch with her, was it last week or the week before, and fantastic, a new head at the table on SWAC.
Oh,
So
that's
really excited for
Yeah.
her to join.
Yeah, good
Someone
stuff coming through.
ready to make a motion?
I'm happy to move that we approve and adopt the consent agenda with the change noted in number 9 as presented.
And I will second that.
All in favor of passing the consent agenda for January 21st?
Aye.
None abstaining, none opposed. Okay. So where are we at? On to page 2. Briefing.
Oh,
We have time for briefing.
Wow, it's
I
the
was
first time.
realizing last week, and like briefing's pretty sometimes important.
Yeah.
So that's when I would have talked to you about the meeting with the National Park. Anyway,
Right, how we know what each other are doing.
yeah,
We try to do 2 weeks,
because we have 2 weeks to do, yeah.
because we didn't do any briefing last week, right?
Do you want to model good behavior, Greg?
Sure. I will model good behavior. Let's see, I'm gonna go back to the 7th. We were all together, 600 quarters. Shelter coalition meeting on Tuesday. I'll go kind of fast, because two whole weeks. Everything's going great. We're gonna start talking about what's the plan for the closure upon, the imminent closure of the emergency Legion
Right.
at the American Legion at the end of June. And Holy Cap's gonna participate and happy to have that conversation there. There's different ideas as their plan evolves for the rescoping of Coswell Brown phase 4. And so, yeah, that's great, and still talking cold weather, and I should say, James Holthouse at, Bayside, got the caravan, let me just find it really quick.
Yes, I saw that.
Coming, which is we talked it came up at the Shelter Coalition meeting. And he is, find the actual details. Where is it? Yeah, so they are going to get the caravan, which is a State Department of Health, mobile vaccine, van. They don't do the vaccines in the van, but the van travels and then they set it up.
So great.
It will be coming to the Woodley Place JC MASH on February 4th. So there'll be just that one location, and I have a flyer I can send to Carolyn, but we'll be trying to advertise that so anyone can go and get vaccines at Woodley Place on February 4th.
Very cool.
And then also went to the PIT training, the point of time training, which is coming up on the 30th, on the 7th. And then on Wednesday, I had the Orca Finance Committee meeting. Ren is vice chair, and then the board meeting. One big thing that came out at Orca was the budget has been very rosy, but like occasionally happens with our budget sometimes, and sales tax being, you know, the decline in sales tax being masked by some big projects. Orca's budget was not quite as sustainable as we thought, based on a few very large fines that they received in the last couple of years, totaling over $2 million. So as we were coming up with a policy on how to consider use of that revenue, we, you know, it just kind of put into stark contrast. Sometimes, you know, a positive thing can obscure it was a challenging fiscal situation. But everything's going great. I mean, it's not, there's no downside really. It's just something that often comes up. I could not go to the Peninsula Trail Coalition meeting Wednesday, and I was going to go on Thursday, but to the local one at Fin River that was canceled for January. They're going to reconvene in February. Met with the Gateway Visitor Project with Mark and Nicole from Jefferson Transit and Clallam Transit. ED was there as well, and Jefferson Transit got a $90,000 grant to design the pavement that would allow the straight shot to come. The bad news on that is it has to be fully expended, we believe, by the end of June, 30 June.
Oh, wow, 25.
Yeah, and so going through an RFP to get engineering, I think they were kind of under the impression that our public works could do the engineering, and, you know, they contract out the engineering themselves, public works usually, and did not have the capacity to take on doing an RFP. So, Jefferson Transit is both asking to extend that deadline and also scrambling to meet that deadline. So I know Jamie was working on getting an RFP out last week.
She did it.
Did she? I don't know.
She did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you about it.
Oh, good. I didn't see. And then I joined the Clallam LTAC meeting to give them a report of our LTAC meeting, which was brief. I kind of just went over the awards and that it was slightly contentious. Then we had the OLICAP annual meeting, and unfortunately it was more of an annual update because we failed to achieve a quorum, but we still talked about, you know, lots of new policy things and had some online votes afterwards, you know, which you can do if you have unanimous agreements, and then ratify at the next meeting. I met with a bodywork practitioner who is interested in aquatic therapy, as well as Diana McDade from the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition on Friday, and that meeting went really well. She was really well spoken. She does a practice called Watsu, but is also a massage therapist, and really thinks there's a big desire for aquatic therapy, which did not end up being a priority so much at the South Whitby aquatic facility. But of course, our demographics are pretty unique, and there's a lot of specifically Watsu practitioners who spend a lot of money to rent or build private facilities. So a smaller, warmer therapeutic pool is just something that she was really interested in. I was on KPTZ with Viola Ware from OECAP talking about the plane time count. It went great. There's an Allison Russell song to play out to. The monthly recompetes update happened on the 10th. And, kind of getting the band back together. We have a big tour coming this Thursday that we're kind of planning through, and the grants are starting to go out. I think EDC is still getting their subcontract from Peninsula College, but I'm sorry, EDC, yeah. And then NODC has gotten theirs and is working on their subcontracts with tribes and South County and such. So moving forward there's no real risk from the new administration that 5-year funds will be scraped back of things. So good news there with you guys on the 13th. And then the EDC Finance Committee meeting, as I think I told you, Cindy Brooks is retiring in June, so yet another organization going through churn, but a lot of excitement about an internal hire. So hopefully we'll bring more information back there, but they've got a good team going right now. I met Tamara Rotes on her penultimate day at the Jefferson County Library to talk about one of the locations that we talked about for the aquatic facility. Library is very excited about having it on that Chimacum Creek Elementary School property. Would definitely be interested in a parking share, a parking lot share, because that lot is a little small. I talked to the interim director as well. They were both there. So more on that, but it's really, really positive. And stopping it there. That's kind of the high point there. On Wednesday, I had my first Hood Canal Coordinating Council meeting, and it was great, just lots of interesting projects, including a lot of work on one that I've heard some I guess a different perspective from Public Works about the big raised bridge project out at Big Quilcene.
Right.
But it was their #1 project, the habitat restoration. So interesting to hear it from a very different perspective. Then joined the NODC executive board meeting. On Thursday, I went through signature verification training. I only missed one of my final answer. I do have some confirmation bias though. I think the big letters, I don't know, it's more about the ratio, but I always enjoy that training. Then went to visit George Yunt, and then was with you guys for the Board of Health meeting, and then did I guess we didn't meet to do agenda planning, but did agenda planning for the Housing Fund Board, and then Olympic Consortium Board had nothing on the agenda, so they canceled that meeting. So those were my high points for the last 2 weeks. Sorry, I was trying to go fast.
You did fast. It's hard to go through 2 weeks. Busy.
Are you ready, or do you want me to go first?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I can go if you want. Mine will be shorter because starting with Monday the 6th was really my first full week as a commissioner. So of course I was with you all here, and we had went through Transportation Benefit District. On Tuesday, I got to really that first week as kind of getting to know everybody and setting up my office, and my daughter, my teenager, got to come in and help me set up my office a little bit. That was a good week. On Tuesday the 7th, I was really privileged to get to attend the behavioral health court graduation. Of course, I participated and engaged with that program from the housing side for several years, but I've never sat and actually watched that. And it was a special behavioral health court because there was a graduation from the program after 5 years, correct? Yeah, somebody who had been in the program for 5 years, and it was really remarkable to see that program in really in process, and to see how Judge Walker really works with each and every individual and the care that goes into that program, and with the prosecuting attorney as well. I got to spend some of these I have to actually look at. I did several hours. Our Department of Public Works sat with me for, I think, 2 hours and 45 minutes on Wednesday the 8th. And really just reviewed their whole program. Of course, we talked a lot about the road washouts, but we talked about everything that Public Works does, and I'm so grateful for that feedback. They gave me a tour and just that orientation to the whole Public Works. It really is such a big part of what the county does, and I mean, our biggest department, most employees, all of that. So it was just a special thanks to that whole team for orienting me. On Thursday, I really just stepped in very briefly to the Sierra or Jefferson County Immigrant Rights Advocates community gathering to support immigrants, and I did not get to see their presentations. But I saw a packed room at the Port Townsend Grange, and am following up with their staff to see what kind of briefing I'd like to bring them here and really present to the commissioners about what kind of support they think our immigrant community is going to need in these coming months and
That's
years.
why we didn't achieve quorum at all. One of our board members and staff there. And
Yeah.
members there too.
It was a packed room, and I think some really important issues that we need to wrap our minds around. I wasn't able to stay because I got to attend my first Jefferson County Fair Association board meeting as a commissioner. I had actually attended before. So that was great. Of course, they're already planning for fair, and I just have to say, knowing where that fair board has come from and the challenges that we're up against that board for some time, and of course still now, it is a reinvigorated board. I am just great. I'm thrilled to see the engagement, the youth on the board, and it's really exciting. And there's just this huge positive attitude about the future of the fair and the Fair Association. So I was just excited to be a part of it. And of course, there's a new executive director there, Carly Mischko. So she and I are trying to find some time for her to orient me as well. I got to have a discussion on Friday the 10th. I was reaching out to some of the folks who had made public comment about the Transportation Benefit District at previous meetings. So I was reaching out to some of the individuals that made public comment there and got to speak with Marcia Kelbon and just kind of hear a little bit more about her ideas about alternatives to funding transportation. It was appreciated her time that day. I also got a great orientation with our prosecuting attorney's office. So I've actually gotten to preview the presentation that they're going to hear, because they kind of tested it out on me last Friday and then have changed it since then. So last week, of course, we've had two really big packed BOCC and Transportation Benefit District agendas. So spending a lot of days preparing for that and being with you all. On Wednesday, I got to spend one of two 2-hour orientations to the Jefferson Transit Authority Board. So that team, led by Nicole Gautier, is really doing a whole lot to introduce me to the Transit Authority Board. So I'll go again for another 2-hour orientation, more to the finance side. But
I want one.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they're spending 4 hours orienting me before my first Transit Authority board. So again, just the staff that are out there right now, really just preparing me is pretty amazing. I did get to join the PIT planning, that's the point in time count planning committee meeting at Bayside Housing and Services, which was run by Viola Ware. So kind of just hearing about the planning process. And of course, we're all pretty excited about the preparation that Viola is getting us ready for to have an actually effective point in time count this year. Board of Health meeting on Thursday, the 16th, spent a lot of time reviewing those 11 applicants to it was an incredible meeting. 11 applicants for the Consumer Public Health Board position, and so we got to select as both of you were there.
And just so you know, we've been looking for a tribal representative since that legislation passed, so having Celeste join as well.
It was fantastic. So yeah, that was her first meeting, correct? Yes, that was very exciting. And just hearing about some of the challenges that public health is facing, really, the challenge is mostly an unknown at this point, is what I heard, so. It's gonna be important, so I spent the next morning with Bonnie Obremski, orienting me as I'll be jumping into the Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Board, so she spent some time with me in the morning on Friday. I had a really big day on Friday, it felt like my first, like, okay, it's a full packed day as a commissioner, so. I went and signed out the electric vehicle, went to Fort Worden and got to have my first hosting moment on KPTZ, so that was great. Judy Shepherd came, and I'm kind of doing a county one for my first several, so we got to just do county revenue and learning a lot about county revenue, so that was great. Thank you to Judy Shepherd for doing that, and then of course I went from there down to Brennan and spent the rest of the night until almost 8 o'clock with folks in Brennan. So I got to tour the Black Point Resort with John Holberg and Jean Ball. And that was eye-opening and informative, and really gave me just a great perspective about what they're up against and what their plans are. And then Andrew Swartz and Shelley Yarnell joined us and kind of filled me in from the Big Canal Chamber of Commerce perspective, some issues that they're working on. So just a lot of gratitude to that community for keeping me up to date and just really welcoming me into the position, forming me. And then I went to the Port Townsend People's March on Saturday and got to be one of the speakers. So Senator Chapman spoke as one of his first presentations, and that was great to hear him. Adam Birnbaum showed up and wasn't told that he was going to speak, but just did a great job talking. And of course, Mayor Faber spoke as well, and we had a couple of presentations from Students for Sustainability at Port Townsend High School, which was amazing. League of Women Voters, and several others spoke. So it was an inspiring and peaceful, very peaceful event, which was great. It was my last couple of weeks.
Let's see if I can do it in 3 minutes.
I doubt we can.
So on the 6th, on the 6th, I was with you guys. On the 7th, I got up with before the crack of dawn and joined Mark to visit our road crew out at the road building in Habbuck and baked them 4 dozen muffins, just in gratitude for their early mornings and late nights in the season of dealing with our roads. So that was a great visit. Then later that morning, I had a meeting with the Marine Resources Committee's Derelict Boat Subcommittee, which I'm on, and I think we're forming a subcommittee, but I just saw a question go by in the last hour of where's Derelict Boats for February 7th meeting. February 7th meeting, sorry. And so anyway, trying to figure out if we're actually gonna have a derelict boat project, but there have been boats. I still get all the reports from citizens, and there were 3 boats that washed up on various beaches over the last weekend. Wow. The last 2 weeks. So I also attended that behavioral health court graduation on the 7th. The graduate was a former classmate of mine at Chimicum High School, so it was great to show up and congratulate her in person. Later that day, we had a couple of community wildfire defense grant proposal work group meetings. Further on the 7th was the Marine Resources Committee meeting in the evening in Habbuck, as we meet every month. On the 8th, we did some more community wildfire defense grant project description work. I met with the SWAC candidate, and it looks like she's now on the SWAC because we just appointed her.
That's pretty cool.
I had a catch up with our North Olympic Legislative Alliance lobbyist and Colleen McAleer from Collin County, and just said the priorities look very Clallam centric. And so they gave me a little bit of debrief on the history of NOLA, and I said, well, you know, I would just like to see Jefferson County more front and center in the future, and they agreed. And so I think it's been a little bit of a dysfunctional process in the past. That's how they described it to me. So we'll try and tune that up in the future. I did not attend the Peninsula Trails Coalition meeting on the 8th, as I was supposed to for Greg, because Greg couldn't, but I let them know I couldn't make it as well. On the 9th, I got up early and went down to Olympia for the WASAC Legislative Steering Committee meeting, and I'm only gonna make it through my first week with you guys, but I did create a report for you guys, and we'll try and do that every 2 weeks.
Loved it. This is super
Yeah.
helpful.
Okay.
So helpful.
And so on the first page, there was a couple of issues that we had issue papers on and really focused on, and I would say the retail delivery fee one that I wrote about. I also checked in with Monty, and he's very supportive of the retail delivery fee, so
Okay.
I will continue to support that. The clean energy and county, the nameplate capacity tax was really focused on east side counties.
Mm.
And has to do with wind generation farms. So, but we did briefly in that conversation talk about coastal wind projects. And the tidal energy projects, so
I wonder if that'll come up in coastal caucus, then I'm.
It might.
sort of- I'll
It might.
try to track that.
so I will continue my briefing when we get a moment of a gap in our schedule later this morning. But we do have a 10 a.m. workshop with OLICAP, and I do not want to be late for that. So I'm not sure, is there anyone online that we're bringing over? No,
Not from us.
No.
okay. So Holly, you want to join Mark at the table or?
Justin as well, please. You can pull up another chair,
We
Justin.
brought Justin, he is our new director of impact.
Welcome. That's
Great, it's great to have you guys. We look forward to hearing about your update and your work plans. And just so you guys know, the owl is the microphone in the room, so
Right here in front of us.
right here.
Okay.
Yeah,
You don't have to be like anywhere special in the room to be picked up on the mic.
Awesome, thank
Yeah.
you. Alrighty, so I'm Holly Morgan. I am the executive director for the Olympic Community Action Partnerships, OLICAP. Here serving Jefferson and Clallam counties. Our tagline this year is turning challenges into change, and you can see that we have our new branding, our new logo, our colors, and we're kind of showing off all of our new looks. The next one. This is just a little bit about what we do. Our mission and vision hasn't really changed over, the last 6 months or so, or last year. We are going to be looking at updating our mission, vision, values in 2025. Just, as part of the normal course of things. Who we serve. This is just a little bit about kind of a snapshot of who we're serving in the community. The bar graph represents income levels. So the first on the left is less than 10,000, and then 10,000 to basically 15, and then 15 to 25, and so on. And then the yellow portion of the graphic indicates the number of individuals or the percentage of that subset of population that we serve.
The total population?
So so this represents the total population divided up by income.
Okay,
And then if you start from the left and move to the right, you'll see that it goes from the lowest income, less than $10,000 a year, to then the highest 200 or over.
and then what's the text on the top of each bar? I can't,
It is.
oh, I should have it. I could open it.
Sounds like the number of people.
Number of households and number of households that we've served.
Okay,
Within
right.
that demographic.
I can't read it on my.
Yeah, so the first number is the number of people that we've served. Of the full number is the next number.
Okay, great.
Wow, that's a lot of people making a lot of money. 200,000 people, holy smoke.
This is Jefferson and Clallam.
Yes.
Oh, Jefferson and Clallam, that makes sense.
Mark's like, I'm in the wrong line of work.
All right, services and how we help. This is just a little bit about our different service lines. We have energy assistance in the form of LIHEAP, which is payments made from OLICAP to PUDs for water and power. You can see that we've got about 4,559 services provided to just over 2,500 lives here in the area. Housing support, we've got 847 services delivered, helping 369 individuals. So services is a duplicated count. Number of individuals unduplicated. Nutrition services, 817 services provided, and this is direct through us. Right? That's my understanding of that
Yes.
number. Okay, so our nutrition services program is, so we are a food bank. And so what a food bank is the recipient of the commodities from the state. And then we give food, we provide different food pantries, and the pantries are the ones that work with the customers directly. We supply different food pantries, food items to distribute, like Jefferson County Food Bank Association.
Okay.
So their numbers, as far as direct services provided, are much higher. And we're going to be looking at providing that number with our numbers as a breakout, right? So if we distribute 7 million pounds of food total across Jefferson County, how does that equate into numbers of people served? Right now, we don't have that number. But we're looking at tracking that differently. So then we can say to you guys, or to whomever asks, that sure, this 7 million tons of food translated to serving 1,000 families with, however many, right? We can break it down. Yeah,
That's great.
So the 817 services, you're saying those services are like bulk orders of food or?
no, so we have, thank you for asking, that's a good question. So OLECAP runs 3, right, mobile food pantries in Jefferson. And so that means that we are seeing a very small number of people directly. Most of our work in the nutrition services program is pushing out to food pantries, and then they have a much higher reach. So we just have these narrow little mobile food
So, but
markets.
what are the 817
What is the
services?
Those are the people that we see through the mobile food markets.
Okay. But there's 188 people.
Well, because the services is an unduplicated, or is a duplicated count, and the 188 people is the unduplicated count.
I see.
So each of those 188 received services more than once?
Yes, so they may have come. to
Okay,
the-
I
to
got
the
it
mobile
now.
Get 3 or 4
times.
Yep.
So I can see how the total number of food actually provided would be a more impactful number than these numbers. Yeah.
Can I follow up? Are there still congregate meals or there's meals on there too? How does that? parse from
We
the-
haven't gotten to that yet.
Oh, okay.
We will. Good question. Okay, so community support, this is our, what used to be the Peninsula Daily News Home Fund, which is now, OLECAP's independent program that we call Open Door Fund. So this is reflective of, home fund program, 758 services delivered, touching 735. 735 lives here, with resources and guidance. And we'll get to breaking this out a little bit more. Economic empowerment, this is our guaranteed basic income program, as well as employment services through the Foundational Community Supports program. And that is 264 services, helping 135 individuals achieve financial stability and independence. So are you guys familiar with our guaranteed basic income?
Yeah, we hope you're gonna go into it more, yeah.
Yeah,
That's fine.
so while I was just going to, so that is, we have an individual donor who has donated enough funding to provide families, 28 families, so I'm remembering.
I think we're doing 21 this year.
21 families, okay, with $500 a month. And then we're tracking, using, research methods, so we had to get it reviewed by the board of CB, right? To have our methodology approved and all of that stuff. So this is actually a research project that will help to define the outcomes for individuals that are, that have an opportunity to participate in guaranteed basic income. And we leveraged our Head Start program to determine which families in the area would work with us on this. So it's been a very interesting thing, and we will be reporting more information on that as it continues to evolve.
How long is the study?
We're in our second year. And it ends, I want to, the fiscal year ends in July, doesn't it, for this one?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now it's time.
It's a 2-year.
It was 2 years and we're in discussion now with the donor because this is just a guy. This is like a resident of Cloud County. And we're in discussions with him now on whether or not he wants to do it again. So it's something that's very important to him philanthropically and something that's important to our community action community as a whole, because we're trying to advocate for programs like this to go national.
And how are you collecting data? What happens to all the data?
So I would be happy to have our program person come in and tell you all about it, but she does a lot of pre and post surveys. Monthly surveys even, right?
Monthly surveys, we're collecting baking data to kind of see where those purchases are going. And then kind of sitting down, doing some one-on-one with those individuals and getting a feel for how they're best using the money.
Wow.
And it's a pretty robust program. I can't speak to it all, but there's some pretty in-depth surveys going on with community partnerships as well.
Right. So we should have Dennis come and talk to you guys about
That
this
would be
because it's
great.
really cool. And we are going to be presenting at the National Community Action Conference in August in Detroit, discussing our findings there. So, so it should be pretty cool. We can give you guys a preview.
You can test out your.
Yes, we'll do that. We'll workshop it. Okay. Weatherization projects is next. So I don't know if you're familiar with weatherization. We help households that are income eligible and otherwise eligible with making improvements and upgrades to their home to make them more energy efficient over the long run. Sometimes this is adding insulation, sometimes it's replacing a furnace. You know, there are income eligibility guidelines as well as what types of homes we can serve. So we can't put $50,000 worth of work into a mobile home that has a value of $10,000. So we have to kind of work within the guidelines that the state mandates.
Do you ever coordinate with REPA on this, with the Real Estate Professionals Association? They have a similar program serving people with donor dollars. I wonder if you ever interact with them?
Not that I know of, but it could, we'll look into that.
Yeah, it would be maybe cool to kind of pair up and see if you can leverage each other's programs to help people.
Yeah. So the Colin is our program director for this program, and he has been doing it for 10 years or so. And he's pretty dialed into the community, so I would be surprised if he doesn't at least know about it.
Yeah.
But I will definitely ask him. Thank you for
Okay.
bringing that up. So we were able to work in 28 homes, benefiting 42 individuals. So this is the number of individuals is higher because there are multiple people in the home, right? And then early childhood services, we have 205 funded slots for ECAP, Early Head Start and Head Start in our area. That translates into children being enrolled in programs for early childhood education as well as sort of wraparound social services.
A lot of kids.
Yeah, it's great.
May I ask a question?
You may, of course.
Does that combine, so does all this data combine both Jefferson and Cloud?
Yes.
Can you break out what services you're providing in either or county?
We can.
Yeah, we definitely do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like. The Jefferson County representation.
Yeah, that's a good question. And yes, we can do that. It's not here, but we can do that. This is our home fund, or what was the home fund last year. You can see that the bulk of the services that we provide under the home fund was under car repair expenses. 117 folks helped with that over the course of the year last year. And then we've got energy assistance as the closest second, along with other things like groceries, household stuff, home repairs, medical care, some rental and shelter assistance, fuel, clothing, and so on. Thank you. The transportation, this speaks to the need for investment in transportation. People need to have reliable transportation to access essential services, as well as getting to work, maybe job interviews and so on. So we see reliable transportation as a catalyst for long-term change. Folks really can't do much in an area that is as rural as we are. We don't have as robust a public transit system as somebody who lives in the city. So, so having a reliable vehicle is important. And this is just a little bit more information about our energy assistance program. We do help with energy efficient air conditioning for folks who are typically seniors who have health issues that are impacted by heat. We have provided education services, over 2,000 services with conservation education, so people can get some. We do home visits and do sort of an assessment and analysis of their homes, and then provide them with information on how they might reduce energy usage and saves. We've got 2,633 folks lives, right? That numbers reflective of lives.
Lives, yes.
Through energy and utility assistance. Again, this is water and power. And then we've had over 100 weatherization home visits. So step one for someone who meets the threshold of eligibility for the program is to go to their home and actually look it over and make sure that there's not, it has to be a good investment for Commerce to approve it. So we can't go in, like I said, and put a ton of money into something that maybe needs a lot more than what we can give it, or perhaps isn't, the value doesn't stand up. So overall, last year, we provided over $1 million in weatherization services to help folks with energy savings for years to come. This is a little more about our early childhood services program. We provide comprehensive screenings, vision screenings, hearing, and the like. 15 developmental screenings. I just want to point out that number is very low, but I just want to point out what that is. So if a child comes into the program and is determined to have or suspected to have any kind of special need, they do a developmental screening for the parents to take then to the pediatrician for further resource and referral and try to figure out what's going on for the kiddo. So those happen when we think maybe something is going on that might need to be addressed.
Are you contracting that through Discovery Behavioral Health Care or somewhere else?
No, this is an early childhood education developmental screening that we provide. And then if from an educational point of view, red flags go up, then we refer the family with information around what we found in the developmental screening, and then their pediatrician will refer them.
So it's an OLECAP case manager or somebody who's.
It's a teacher. It's a lead teacher. Or a family service coordinator that would be providing the screenings.
Okay.
We also provide breakfast and lunch to all the kiddos, over 37,000 meals served in last year in 2024. And then we've had about 760 home visits. Each family gets multiple home visits, kind of a pre and post at minimum, to provide added support and personalized service.
Can I ask how are those meals delivered?
We have kitchen, we have a central kitchen, right? And then they pack it up and bring it over to the individual classrooms every day.
Wow.
So we have, in some cases, we purchase food, kind of catered food through the schools or something like that as well. Depends on where the program is located.
And does that go to all 4 schools?
4 schools?
In Jefferson.
Head Start.
Oh.
This that includes clown too, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
and then
okay.
Forks and.
Right, okay. I'm just thinking of our schools.
Right, so this is a graphic that represents sort of pre and post testing in different areas for the kiddos. So this is how we determine our impact on the children directly. So the first one, the first column there on the left, social emotional, you can see the fall numbers and then compared to the spring adjacent to that. So the green exceeds expectations and the blue meets expectations and the orange is below expectations. So you can see how we are making gains where it's necessary. So for cognitive, for example, we really go a long way toward. I can't sound really small here. I definitely will make this bigger.
The social
So
emotional too. Some of those changes are so transformative.
absolutely, absolutely agree. So this is just a spotlight on the different areas that we look at and assess. Housing services, again, this is for both counties, although primarily Jefferson County. We have $698,000 going out in rental assistance to support 223 people, preventing evictions and ensuring stability. We've had roughly $23,000 go out in emergency support, and this is not inclusive of the funding that we sent out through Home Fund. So this is just through the housing department, right?
Correct.
Okay. Lives transformed, over 270 folks have received services from us, helping them to gain stability. Holistic impact beyond shelter services foster community resilience and strengthen the path to long-term independence through our housing program. And I don't know if you guys have seen the news, as it were, that we are through the work of our youth services team and in partnership with Kelly Parcher and Al 360 have achieved functional zero for youth homelessness in Jefferson County. So what that means is that it doesn't mean that there are no homeless youth. It means that the level of homelessness that we're seeing in the youth population is serviceable with our current resources. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So we don't have a number that exceeds the community's value of ability to absorb it. Get it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so 97 folks found permanent housing of the people that we serve. Less than 1% of the folks that leave our program get discharged to shelters or the streets. Showcasing the effectiveness of the approach of the housing department. And then you can see just a bit of time to stability. So it took 14 folks under a month to get into permanent housing, 40 within 1 to 2 months, 14 in 3 to 6, 10 individuals within 1 year, and then 19, it took more than 1 year to get them where they wanted to be.
Is this data from 2023 or 2024?
2024.
So where are you getting this data from? HMIS?
That's HMIS data, yes.
HMIS, so for 2024.
Yes.
Cool.
You track how long these folks remain stable after they find housing?
Not unless they come back
Yeah,
into the
if they-
system.
If they're still involved in services, then yes, but typically or often. No. Okay. 21 kiddos that we worked with. This is youth, not the littles. 13 found homes through our transitional housing program. And 8 through programs designed for folks who have not historically accessed services.
Can I ask, so when you say 13 youth found homes, what does that look like?
It means that we had homeless youth that we put through a transitional housing program. And got them into transitional housing so that they're safe and working toward a permanent.
Is that like a foster home?
Like Al 360 do with
Al
you
360.
Yeah, like Fiber House.
Okay, okay.
This is 2 counties, but it's mostly in Jefferson County.
And are we at capacity in terms of that housing? I mean, how's our supply of housing for this population of folks who need housing?
So the youth housing, in particular is, as I said, we're at functional zero in Jefferson County. So, how that translates is that we have enough resources to meet the demand, in the community. So for youth, that's where we are today.
Have you had any encounters with the changing foster care system? I mean, it's the state of Washington, I think specifically, has really gone through a real transition where it's very hesitant to put folks kids into foster care. I'm just wondering, well, I guess what OLECAP has experienced on that side. Usually, often they'll stay with their parents or a family member, you know, through thick or thin at this point.
Grandparents.
So I don't know that we have a ton of interaction with youth that are in the foster system actively. Where we kick in with them is to assist them as they are aging out. So we're helping them to transition from foster care to independent living.
Or that 18 to 24
Yeah, yeah.
transition age year.
Yeah, we just don't really have a program right now that works directly with the foster system.
Is the number in the foster care system going down? You think, I guess, over the last couple of years?
Oh, yeah, I think over time, I think that's the trend, is that it's going. You know, for better or for worse, you know.
Probably.
I mean, there's an argument to be had about a person's best, you know, that they're best off with their family of origin, in most cases, but we all know the stories they do. So, okay. Thank you. Oh, volunteer spotlight. Sydney, he's so awesome. Sydney is 75 years old and he has been volunteering through our retired senior volunteer program since 2018. He goes to Head Start and reads to the kiddos. He has helped with senior nutrition meals, the congregate meals that you were talking about. He has just done amazing things for us. And his contention is that he gets more out of it than the people that he works with. So he's a pretty cool guy. So just to sort of highlight the impact of this program in general, we've had about 52,000 service hours dedicated. And that translates into over $2 million in value. So if we value the hours that if we kind of enumerate the value of the hours of volunteer service, that's what we would come up with. And then we've got four of our volunteers, like Sydney, and 3 of his colleagues have over 1,000 volunteer hours with us, and those are our community champions. This is a really cool program that helps both the volunteers, the seniors who are volunteering in the program, as well as the community and other service providers that benefit from their help. So we're kind of a matching service. And then we provide a lot of support for both the program and the volunteers. So it's been good. Too. So community centers. So this is really a highlight of our Quilcene Community Center and the work we're doing there. We have not historically tracked some of this data. And so we are reporting kind of differently now than we have in the past. So we only really have information about Quilcene because their program, their center manager has tracked things differently than the others, right? So we've got information on the numbers of community services. Now this number does include the folks that are coming for food pantry dispersal. So every Wednesday, the Jefferson County Food Bank comes to the Quilcene Community Center and disperses food boxes. And that number is reflective of that. And then we have public and culture. So this is parties and events. Oh, thank you. It's helpful. Thank you. This is a.
Sorry, it's my fault. It's so stupid.
And then we've got public and cultural events that go on, movie nights and Rich likes to do Halloween party and Christmas holiday meals and things like that. And then we've got just general walk-ins, folks who come in to use the computer lab or something like that. And then social gatherings as well, fitness and wellness. We've got a yoga thing going on over there. Rotary meets there. Lions, one of those groups meets over there. So it really has kind of a lot of action. And folks come there looking for different levels of assistance. So there's a little story there about Josh in his 50s living in his car. He comes to our tri-area community center for a cup of coffee and to warm up a little bit. And you know, we give him whatever support we can in that moment. Sometimes it's a sleeping bag, sometimes it's a couple of MREs. You know, depends on what his need is at the moment. And our community centers are very flexible and try to help folks with where they are as they come in. Senior services. So this is the congregate meal thing that you were talking about, Greg. So 4,100 congregate meals provided. These are happening at the Tri-Area Community Center. They are currently unfunded as far as that we don't have a contract that we draw down for that. The BOCC pays for these meals with unrestricted funding. And there are in some cases nominal fees depending on the person's eligibility or the ability to pay. If they can't pay, it's okay, they don't have to.
Do you draw some of the food from the food bank food as well?
Yeah, we do some of that, not all of it though.
Okay.
And then we've had, so the second number here, I don't like the word classes, we'll change that. 104 sessions really is what it is. This is for our Encore program, which is a music therapy program that we have in Fallon County in Port Angeles. And we're looking at replicating that program here in Jefferson County as well. So we're hoping that we can get something started this year. And this is for folks that are having some brain degeneration issues. They come in and they have a social period with their friends, and they get to do crafts and have some meals, and it gives them some real vital social connection. And it's just such a fun program with music therapists and things.
It's really fantastic. I've seen,
Yeah.
you know, women with and men with severe dementia, you know, struggling to have conversations, and then they get in front of the piano and they're playing show tunes, and they're just like, they're reliving their best days. It's really,
That's awesome.
yeah, I would love to have this in Jefferson County.
It's a super cool program. Yeah. So this is just a blurb about our spending, a summary of our spending. So subrecipient pass-through dollars in 2024 equaled just over $500,000. This is not only housing, this is also representative of nutrition and any other programs that, and early childhood services as well, passes through some funding. Direct services is just over $3.3 million. This is home fund, rental assistance, any dollars, energy assistance dollars that are going to support individuals directly. Or, well, directly through PUDs and landlords. They don't get the check themselves. And then our operations, there's a little blurb there about what is included in our operational costs. We've got facility rental, professional fees, and supplies are the main call outs there. Salaries are just over $5 million. Admin percentage from the salaries is 10%. At least in 2024, we were at 10% admin for salaries. And I just want to remind that our product at OLICAP are human beings, right? So our service providers are our product, and that is how we serve the community in many ways. So without salaries, we don't have a means to meet the need of the community. So I know that people sometimes get lost in that salaries number, and think that, you know, we're just using it to line our pockets. And the truth is that our service provision is, I mean, we need to pay people. And, you know, wouldn't it be great if we lived in a world where human service providers were compensated fairly, for the work that they do? It's what we're working toward in LECAP, and I know Bayside does a great job with that as well. I know that that's something that they think about. So this is just a little information on us. We've got a fun little email address below at LECAP if you want to drop us a line. And we will be having a new website coming up real soon as well. We will make sure that that's on social so that you guys can check it out when it's ready. It's almost there. Any questions from me? Amanda, anything more that you'd like to see?
I'm curious what your income is. So that was your
Oh.
expenses. You have an
Can you
income
pull up the
slide?
budget?
I've got it right here.
Thank you. So I provided you guys with 2025 draft budget. So I'm gonna put caveats all over the place, right? Because this was not easy to get to. And I'll tell you why. So.
In the budget fully cut for many years.
And that's-
No, it's real progress.
Yes,
Yeah.
congratulations to you for being able to even
Get
begin to estimate your expenses.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So for those who don't know, we have over 80 contracts that run at any given time. And so, and our fiscal department has been, so they spent a considerable amount of time without leadership, almost a year.
Can I ask real quick, Mark, can you like freeze the first column and show us the totals over to the right?
She's.
Or, yeah, sorry to interrupt, Paul.
Oh, no, no problem.
Or shrink it.
I don't know if we want to shrink it.
We can see it now, Mark.
Awesome. So our fiscal department has been, because allocations are so important to our federal contracting, we have to be really careful about making sure that we're not spending funds that were designated to one project on a different project, right? We have to be super careful about that. And our fiscal department historically has been, so careful that it's a hot mess, right? So instead of saying that something is for supplies, for example, they say it's pencils for early childhood. So that when you pull a report, like they're getting down into the nitty gritty of it all, right? And when they don't necessarily have to do that. So we're in the process now of fixing that. But when I ran the report of expenses for 2024, it was pages and pages and pages and pages, right? So I had to sort of synthesize and sort of massage that data so that it was categorized in bigger pockets. And this is still the most massive budget as far as detail that I've ever worked in.
So Holly, it looks like you've got totals and then you divide it by 12.
Yeah, I
And
did.
reverse engineered
Yeah.
the months.
Yeah. So I, and that's part of the caveats. So, thank you for noticing that. So, yes, I did do it that way. And I know that it's not going to work that way. Like we are not ever going to come to a place where we will bill $645,000 a month to our contracts every single month. If there's going to be an ebb and flow to that process. But I don't yet know what that is. So this is very much a work in progress. This is step one. This is taking expense data from 2024 and incorporating what we already know. Like we already know that there will be a cut to CHG funding in roughly 20%. So that's reflected here. And other cuts, other contracts that we no longer have, that kind of thing has been reflected here. But outside of that, I pretty much took what we did in 2024. And, like wages, for example, we increased wages by 5% for 2025. That kind of thing, projections that I was able to make and feel good about. So the next step on this is to take these composite numbers, and we're going to go program to program. And we're going to get further into the weeds with a breakout by program. So and I'm talking about big service lines. So housing will have one budget that is comprehensive, that is all of their different contracts and expenses. And that will be reflected in a different tab. So, and then we'll see at the end of the day, once all of the service lines are budgeted, then we'll wrap it into the consolidated and see how close we got here. So this is kind of step one. And, part of the issue is that, as Amanda said, there hasn't been a budget document for so long that we are literally doing some of this from scratch.
Wow.
And when you've got such a complex funding streams like we do, I'll tell you what, man, it ain't easy. But it's doable. It's doable, and we're getting there, and we have really great fiscal support in leadership now. That isn't going anywhere because it's an organization that if somebody quits, it's their problem to replace that person.
So you're contracting out.
Yeah, we're outsourcing with some personnel. Yeah.
Did you do a forensic audit? You were doing a forensic audit?
Well, they are that is part of what they're doing now, is to kind of, it's not, I wouldn't say that it's an audit like our independent audits are, like our single audit. It's not like that, but they are going through our system and making corrections and adjustments. And like they just put into place a new GL for us. So it's not pencils for early childhood. Now it's program supplies. And then everything's going to that. And then we're coding it out with source codes and, things like that. So we're restructuring how our fiscal department works. And then once we get everything cleaned up, we're projecting that before September of 2025, we will be changing our fiscal system into something that is a little bit more flexible for organizations like ours, that will help us track spend downs on contracts and things like that. So we're cleaning up what we have so that it makes sense. And then we're going to be transitioning into a new system sometime this fall. So I just wanted you guys to see this, and this is a draft. And my understanding, Greg, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this happened in an email vote, is that the board approved this budget as a starting document with the caveat that we will be continuing to work on this. So we needed to have an approved budget for funding sources and for other entities that are looking for it. I don't know what they did in the past.
Right, that's my question.
Hey.
How are you getting funding without?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a budget document that was submitted, but it was not based in the same real world that this was, I would say.
So as you're rebuilding, and the same thing with for example, the presentation that you gave, it would be really helpful to have those numbers broken out by county for us.
Yeah.
Is it possible to build your budgets so that you could report out by county? So some things to think about, because it's important for us to know how many of these dollars are actually being spent in Jefferson versus Clallam.
Yeah. So
Something to think about as you talk with your.
well, and now's the time, Heather. So that's a really good input, because if we're developing our new systems now, then let's create a system that's going to work for us long term. So
That would be my request, if
Yeah,
you can
I
kind of at
appreciate
least
that.
float it to them and see like what kind of heavy lift is that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
And
for
past
sure.
commissioners have asked us as well.
I'm sorry.
Past commissioners have asked us as well.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
it would just be extraordinarily helpful, and I would say that, I don't think any of these commissioners are going to look at a program that maybe is more heavily weighted in Clallam County and say that's not worth it. I mean,
we know we exist within this Olympic Peninsula, and this community
Mhm.
as a whole peninsula is really important. So it's not about making sure that every single dollar is equal, and, you know, we're a smaller county, all of those things can be taken into consideration, and what gets served in Clallam by your organization is very important, and I think we would all say that's true. But it's just really important governance wise for us to understand how many people are being served here, and what does that cost, and how does that compare to the overall budget, is just so you understand where we're coming from.
Yeah, that's completely fair. So yes, we can definitely do that. Part of the reason that I brought Justin with me today is to talk to you guys about the dashboard that we're creating now. And this could be a valuable tool for the breakout.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let Justin talk to you a little bit about that, but the point of developing this dashboard, and more feedback is good from you guys, so keep it coming.
I love
Is
dashboards.
is to, you're the best, right? Is to be able to provide in the minute, really, numbers on services, and you know, where we're at financially, on spend downs and things like that.
That's an exciting goal.
So we should be able to provide you anytime you want to know who we're serving, where we're serving them, in what service line, you know, all of the goodies. We should be able to provide on a monthly basis. We will certainly be providing that to the board, to our board.
Right.
On a monthly basis, so we can share with you guys whenever you want. And we were even talking about the potential of having a kind of a living dashboard link on our website. So anyone who's interested can drop in and say, so how many people are they serving with this open door fund that I've been donating to, right? That kind of thing. So do you want to speak a little bit more about what you're gonna be?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, kind of all of the underlying numbers that came from that came from several different data sets within OLICAP. I've been with OLICAP for about a year now, and getting some of that data cleaned up underneath is what facilitates us to put this out, right, for everyone to view. To be able to do that quickly is the next phase of this. So to get this out in terms of a dashboard, that all we have to do is simply hit refresh on it at the beginning of the month, and we can share out whatever metrics that are important to us internally, and whatever our external partners need to see as well, as where we're really circling, getting close to, and with bringing in CLA to kind of help with the financial side of this. My background's not in finance, my background's actually in supply chain, so I'm kind of new to this world a little bit. But really kind of taking in your input for what you all need to see, and that by county piece, instantly my brain is like, ooh, this is a fun little problem to do on the rest of the day.
Love that you think of it that way. Yes, exactly.
So, and our dashboards are kind of right now going to be broken out to two different pieces, right? There's the what services did we provide in the community, how many people's lives did those impact, what services were they? And then there's the other side of that is, where's our budget going right now? Where are we tracking to that nice divided by 12 number, right? And where are we at within each individual, a little bit more granular on our side, really getting down into the grant level as well too, and making sure that we're keeping an eye on it.
And so another metric that interests me is, how much is this program costing me per participant, right? How can I make this money go further? Right, so if I know what that number is, then we can apply strategy to make it more efficient or streamlined, or, you know, whatever.
Great.
Yeah, I'm super excited for what Justin is bringing to the table. I think that we're gonna have a really great, robust reporting system that will allow us to, you know, inundate you with information. Be careful
Well, if
what you
this
wish for.
is listening right now, I can tell you from our data needs assessment team to the housing fund board, I'm sure she is thrilled. I don't know if she's in the room right now. I don't see her, but I will definitely encourage her to watch this recording, and she'll be thrilled.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So is there anything that you guys would like for us to make sure that we include on the data board, on the dashboard, that we haven't already touched on? Is there frequency that you'd like to see it? Go ahead.
Sadly, the CDBG Public Services many families
not individuals. So,
Sure.
or households.
Sure.
So as long as like, you know, when we're reporting out how the public services funding was spent on that. You know, the document that I sent you in the past, can't remember the title of it right now, but it's asking for the number of people in the household, which is a family.
Yeah, right, that's the fun nuance with the 80+ grants is figuring out what everyone wants to
Yes.
see. But
I'm sure it's like
but all of that is,
terrifying.
yeah, but all of that information is easy enough to quickly switch between individuals or families, households counted uniquely, or however it needs to be seen, not a problem.
Yeah, that is actually because HMIS actually, the homeless management information system tracks households too, so that's not too bad of an ask.
Yeah.
Right? That's great. And I guess I'm curious, you know, like programmatically, the grants, you know, CHG just serves Jefferson. And then you've got, you don't have a CHG grant revenue source for plowing, so you do have a very nuanced budget on your hands, and your cost allocation has got to be like kind of massive. We just did our cost allocation, was approved today on our consent agenda, and it is a body of work that takes a lot of time for our finance people to prepare, but it uses cost principles to identify which expenses can be spread across all of our grants or all of our revenue streams, and then which expenses need to be are isolated to a single program and a single activity. And it's, you know, sadly, it is an important part of accounting, and according to general accounting principles, something that, you know.
So the CLA actually, just in the last, I want to say month, has finalized our allocation plan for 2020. Similar to what you described. So it is broken down by program, and then within each program by contract.
What's the name of that firm again?
Clifton Larson Allen. CLA.
In that point you made, Amanda, about the consolidated grant being only to Jefferson County is another reinforcing point for having the reporting being for Jefferson and Clallam County, that really would be supportive of that disparity in funding sources.
Agreed.
Are you going to be for some of the metrics? Are you going to include a number of employees?
We haven't even talked about that, have we? Yeah, we can certainly think about that. What kinds of?
Well, I think that salaries number is really remarkable when you add salaries to operations and then actually look at the direct service dollars. I think that's something people really do need to understand, and we need to, you know, kind of dig into and make sure that we're, you know, explaining as clearly as possible. So, understanding how many jobs are provided by OLECAP is actually, I think, a pretty important number. And also understanding the ratio of when we're talking about high needs service population, what is the ratio of staff to individuals served, and is that consistent with the industry? I think is also really important for the public to understand how these dollars are being allocated.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So those are all things that we track in-house, right? Like we know these things, so
Right.
reporting them would only be another step. So
Yeah,
I think
it's just I mean, you touched on it, knowing that that number is big, and it's just something that the public is really always looking at for nonprofits in general, right? How many dollars are going to direct service? And this is a pretty unique, and you know, I think you also agree that there are always efficiencies to be had, and there will be maybe some places where we can expand the amount of direct, you know, those dollars actually going for direct service. But I think part of it is also understanding this model and understanding what it takes to serve this very, very vulnerable population.
thank you.
Yeah.
I think, you know, as I was kind of looking at that salary number a little bit, right? If you look at it, there's about 30 salaries or so for ECS, that ECS doesn't have any direct service
Early
dollars,
childhood.
right? They're not contributing to that piece of the,
Right.
they're contributing their salaries and their time as their direct service. So it's really, I think, important to provide a little bit of context there. So
Yeah.
we'll definitely think about kind of.
Yeah, just using that dashboard to enhance transparency, open up for the level of sort of critique that allows us to make this better and better. And absolutely, that's one I often hear about nonprofits, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, it's very common, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely do that. So part of our current efforts as we're sort of navigating through the budgeting process is to create our strategic action plan for 2025. I sent you three at least the housing strategic action plan. And then we've got one for the organization, and then we've got others for the different programming. And part of the thrust for 2025 is to increase utilization and efficiency. So for example, LIHEAP, we know that LIHEAP isn't as efficient as it can be. And so how can we change our systems to not be overly automated, because not everyone is, has the tools or the knowledge around how to navigate something like uploading a bill or uploading a bank statement or something like that. But to bring in additional automations and efficiencies so that we can see more people faster. So that's really the goal. And we're challenged in those areas. There's a lot of history and habit at OECAP that we've been kind of trying to work us through. So we'll get there. And we're aware that there are a lot of things for us to work on. I'm gonna keep working on them, and if you guys would like to hear from me throughout the year on where we're at with our action plan, I would love the opportunity to come and talk to you about it. So, and to get feedback, because this is super valuable to us to hear what you guys want and need and expect. So yes, that's by all means.
What's your oversight at the federal level for OECAP? Because I know you are part of a community action partnership federal program. Is there federal oversight of local caps?
No.
State, right?
Well, they don't even really oversee. So how it works, there's a national community action partnership that is sort of a membership body, right? And then each state has its own state cap, which is another membership body. So OECAP is a member of the Washington State Community Action Partnership. And then vis-a-vis WASCAP, we're members of the national cap as well.
Okay.
But it's membership, it's not oversight. So they provide us with tons and tons and tons of resources. We pay every year to be part of the group, and in return, we get access to legislative information and training and just resources like nobody's business. They're really, really good about that. But as far as oversight,
your funders are really the ones overseeing.
Yeah, so we're an independent nonprofit. So we have the same oversight as anyone else does.
And off the top of your head, your single biggest funder is?
Head Start.
Yeah, Head Start.
I think Head Start. Yeah. Yeah, and that's directly through the federal.
Right.
We get, because we're a grantee for Head Start, we're the sub-grantee.
Okay.
So. Anybody else have any questions?
Yes, but we should move.
I don't have any questions, but really, thank you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you,
appreciate
Holly
it.
and Justin, and
Really
there's really a lot of progress, like, just like one small thing that, we're not talking about governance here really, but I really appreciate for Holly's kind of guiding us into a different kind of model at the board level as well, more committee assignments and kind of boots on the ground, getting board members to really dig their teeth into policy work, and then probably fewer eventually meetings. of the whole board and just kind of, building on committee work. I
Really
appreciate the
activating
approach.
committees for dedicated work.
That's
That's
great.
super important.
So, yeah,
And
good
I'm
progress.
looking forward to it. To have the support, so that's gonna be great.
Great to have a budget.
Yeah.
Great.
Mhm.
Yeah, such a good place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. for
Can't
giving us the
imagine
opportunity,
not having
guys.
a budget, it's like.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us know if you need us.
Okay.
Have a good
Thanks.
day.
Good one. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for being here, Amanda.
Mhm.
Okay, we have a workshop coming up, but we are going to take we're gonna take a 4-minute break. We'll break until 5 minutes after.
Chambers dealing with the HR department.
Oh, right.
Gonna start running.
Oh,
Okay, calling us back from recess. We have a workshop with our human resources mavens.
Yeah, a couple of years ago,
2025 human resources work plan.
a couple of years ago, in the interest of transparency and keeping the board informed of what appointed departments are doing. You thought having work plan presentations to the board would be a good thing.
Mhm.
This year, we're doing them earlier in the year. And so,
Right.
you're on poll.
thank you. Appreciate it.
And we have a few today, which is great.
Yeah, and appreciate this opportunity to be able to come and speak to the commissioners and anyone who's listening in at this meeting today. So just as an introduction, I have Lindsay Gonzalez and Kristen Bennett here. Amazing team that we have here in Human Resources for Jefferson County. We have a really dynamic team, great spirit, great ideas, great back and forth. And I'm really appreciative.
I can second that, just having been welcomed by this team, I'm thrilled, and so I can see how efficient you are, so thank you for all you've done to help me on board.
Yes, thank you. So as you all are very aware, county government provides essential public services to residents and visitors. And go back one, please.
Oh, okay, good.
Thank you. This is my intro. And government provides a framework of organization for public services such as public health and law enforcement, infrastructure, like our roads, parks, and facilities, public welfare, such as zoning and land use, taxation and budgeting to collect local taxes to fund public services, elections, courts, economic development. The success of this framework depends upon everyone in our community. Okay. Our jobs as employees of county government are to provide these services with integrity, stewarding public funds and maintaining the trust of county residents. It's a big job and it's one our employees take very seriously. County employees provide critical services to everyone in our community, serving both external and internal customers. And there are jobs that support both external and internal customers. There are jobs that are more visible than others, but the organization only works because each one of us is successful in our role. County employees do all the jobs that are listed here and more, and all of this is completed in alignment with federal, state, and local regulations and Jefferson County's values and strategic priorities. Okay. The role of human resources is to support all our employees in their important work. We support individuals in their specific roles with their specific needs. On an organizational level, human resources is responsible for providing strategic leadership in recruitment, retention, compensation, organizational effectiveness, labor relations, leave management, and employment law and compliance, as well as employee development, performance management, conflict resolution, and risk management. This list is representative of what we do in HR every day, but it's not all inclusive. and any day could have any number of inquiries. Folks walking into our office needing help, questions regarding hiring or interpretation of policy. It's really a dynamic kind of function that we serve.
New commissioners walking in.
Yeah. HR leadership is essential for organizational integrity and for assisting the county in reaching strategic goals and priorities. The county has 20 departments and approximately 371 employees. In 2024, there were 82 new hires and 51 separations. In the prior 2 years, there was more turnover because of the pandemic and post-pandemic era. And at one time, if you remember, not so long ago, we were advertising for 26 vacancies. Today, the county has 4 full-time and 1 part-time vacancy advertised on our website. So you can see like how much change we've had in the last year and a half.
Positive change.
Okay. So in 2024, I wanted to talk about some significant milestones. This included the county recognizing the importance of the human resources role by establishing a human resources department and cost center. Up to that point, there had not been one in my county.
That just seemed nutty to me when you said that last year.
This was formed at the end of last year,
The 2024.
24.
What? There was no.
Well, we had in charge staff, but it was not a.
Singular.
It was not an entity with its own cost center.
So prior to that, just 3 years ago, how human resources started in Jefferson County, like other small counties, is the clerk of the board also was the human resources. And then the board staff assisted in doing tasks associated with HR. And then that clerk of the board split with the HR manager. And this was, 3.5, 4 years ago. And then leadership changed. And so did the orientation toward the importance of human resources and supporting all of our employees. Here we are today. In addition to establishing a human resources department, we accomplished the ratification and adoption of 5 collective bargaining agreements.
That's 7.
So 7 total, 2 that were completed the year before. Coordinated 2 lunch and learns with presentations by the WSU Extension and Public Health Department. We held meet and greets with 7 different departments, including WSU Central Services, the assessors, public health, treasurer, corrections, and district court. We facilitated development and adoption of the mental health awareness policy and guidelines. And we also facilitated completion of updated travel policy. In addition to that, we coordinate meetings exclusively with payroll so that our teams we work so we can be on the same page. And we also hold meetings with admin contacts in every department who complete payroll and HR functions and administrative functions. Let's see, where was I? That's all. So next. Oh, you did it already. Okay, thank you. Human Resources Work Plan for 2025 continues implementation of the strategic plan priorities. And our main priority is organizational health. Objectives include empowering middle management and leaders by increasing training opportunities, creating opportunities for cross-department collaboration to reduce silos and increase understanding and communication. And this is why we're continuing the lunch and learn and meet and greet programs. And developing and implementing an employee recognition program. Also, other initiatives include recruiting for a new county administrator, completing updates to our personnel administration manual, and improving employee outreach through a new software platform called NeoGov, which is the website where folks interested in working for a public agency go for information and jobs. And so the goal of human resources is to lead through our values, and respect is a really big value for me, and you may have heard me talk about that. But one thing that also, for me, that's important to focus on are courtesy, consideration, and cooperation. And the purpose of these questions is to assist each one of us with our own self-awareness and considering the impact our actions have on other people. Okay. Any questions for me?
I want you to come to a respect and consideration workshop in my house for my teenagers. Please.
Well, it's really interesting because we're all human.
Yeah.
And in the workplace, you know, we're all human beings. In some cases, we have harder days because we have home lives and issues, or maybe we'll just wake up cranky, you know. And it's how do we balance who we are and what happens in the workplace and how we need to be in the workplace. And it's hard too, because some of our employees are faced with folks who may be angry or upset or frustrated. And also how are we able to respond in those kind of situations?
So it seems without looking at direct empirical data here, but this seems pretty obvious that bringing on this human resources focus has had a major and direct impact on turnover. Reducing turnover, which is a huge impact, positive impact on the efficiency of our budget. What it costs an organization to turn over employees is exponential. And so is that an accurate assessment? Do you think that's a real direct impact, or are there other things that are reducing our turnover right now?
I believe that is an impact. And I also believe there are other things that work, such as people enjoying working here. I think during the pandemic, there was a lot of change in the way people viewed the workplace and work, and there was a lot of more of tension just with people socially. I mean, it was
lost everyone on
what's that?
the attendee list just blacked out and then came back. You guys see that?
Locked up there. I'm in a different meeting. I was working fine.
Well, we just got notification from a citizen, an individual, and
That's your personal phone.
I see the attendee list.
but after that happened, I looked at my screen and it blanked out, so I thought, oh no, we are going down maybe, but can we do a sound check? Real quick of attendees? I guess.
Can they raise their hands if they are hearing us? Is that?
Let me open the chat box, and if they're having.
Sorry,
issues-
guys.
Yeah.
If you're having issues,
Okay, Stacy has just raised her hand that she can hear us.
I'll open the chat box temporarily.
Okay, Stacy raised her hand,
Yeah,
but she's muted.
okay, Sherry's just raised, okay, yeah, it looks like folks are raising their hands that they can hear us. Okay.
And I've opened the chat box, if they wanna write a message, they can.
Well, I'll jump on what Sarah was saying, and I think the job, the landscape has changed, the very idea of concept of work has changed, since COVID especially. And I also think that a more robust HR team has helped really impact the positive morale that I experience around the county and different departments. It's not the only thing, different leadership is gonna impact it too, but I think that it's been really palpable, the difference that, you guys have brought systemically and, as people in your roles to the morale. And I would attribute some of the lack of churn and the successful recruitment to your work. So I think you can credit.
Yeah, I would also, and Heather doesn't know this, but you two do, that we changed our approach to negotiating our collective bargaining agreements.
Okay.
We have a consultant named Bob Ron, who's an expert. He's got decades in the field. But the sentiment in the county was such that Sarah and I sat at the table and did the negotiations with all 7 bargaining units rather than Mr. Braun. And I'll credit Sarah, the approach from the county was that we're part of a team and we want to do right by you. And so therefore, the bargaining agreements that the board has approved over the last 2 years have been very favorable to our workforce.
Okay.
And I think made a big difference.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it was combative before, I would say, almost the bargaining, so it's a real change.
I mean, only being here for one term, at the beginning of my first term, it was very challenging, these bargaining.
The
situations.
negotiations.
Yeah,
I have participated in a few union negotiations and it's all about feeling trust at the table in the people that are there to negotiate. So I think what I'm hearing you say is that instead of, is it Mr. Ron or Braun? Braun, is he there as well?
No.
Okay, so now it's the two of you at the table negotiating.
we still have a consulting contract with
We have
them.
a contract with him and he provides a really excellent service in terms of employment law. and
Technical assistance.
Technical assistance so that you are prepared at the table.
So we have the right answers when law is involved. But you can sense Sarah's approach
Sure,
and how disarming it is.
yeah,
Um,
And even, I mean, to Mr. Braun's credit, he always enacted policies that the Board of County Commissioners was saying, this is our approach. And even as we were moving to that philosophy, I think that happened several years before you guys took over conducting the bargaining on behalf of the county. It didn't really seem to impact the tenor of the negotiations as much as I thought it would. So I guess, changing the parameters of the deal that we were able to move to, in favor of staff, in labor, didn't adjust it as much as having our own people at the table and the approach they bring. So I mark definitely right. That was huge. What do you guys see on? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just want to say I feel huge gratitude for the three of you. Frequently, weekly at least, once or twice, but for different reasons. But I can imagine being an employee or a manager in our county without HR resources, you would feel kind of stuck. And sometimes the questions are simple and sometimes they're complex, but the ability to work with you guys to come up with answers to questions, I feel like it's a game changer for the county. And I've seen that play out in my time as a commissioner. So I'm really appreciative.
Yeah, and there's a ton of risk associated with the HR function, and you've got to have professionals in there making the right calls.
And following the law,
And
it's
we have
changing
that.
so often.
Yeah, human resources is really, all about risk management.
Sure.
And the unfortunate part of saying that is that it seems like it doesn't include the human element, but it does. It's all about including the human element and knowing that there's all these laws that we're required to comply with, and that's kind of an ever-changing environment, and there's more. So with the paid family medical leave, this is a new state law that provides leave for employees who meet certain requirements. And it's really been a game changer for our employees. And it's also been a challenging situation for departments to do the work of people who are gone, because we're a really lean organization. And that creates a really interesting scenario now for us.
So, mental health support. How does an employee of Jefferson County, what benefits do they have access to in terms of mental health support?
So they have the benefit that they can apply through their medical insurance, which provides mental health support. The employee assistance program, which is a 24/7 phone line that an employee can call for mental health support. The policy that we drafted includes resources for folks who may need something a little more immediate. The county also provides generous leave. So if folks need time off from work for any kind of need, physical or mental health, they have leave that they can take off. And then there's the federal and state programs like FMLA and paid family medical leave, where an employee can use that time if they need to work on their mental health or their physical for a qualifying event.
Great.
I'm curious, the nature of work has changed a lot in the last couple of years, right? Where do you see the trends going? I mean, are we gonna see more non-traditional work schedules or more hybrid options? What do you think is gonna happen in the next 5 years?
That's an interesting question. I think that AI is gonna affect our
said, I mean,
workplace. Yeah, and you didn't even say it, right? And I think there will be the rate at which AI is being used out in the world. In private business is changing. I mean, I think even in larger government agencies, AI is doing more of the work in terms of probably accessing, the initial questions to file a permit. Even in our JeffCom 911, or I read in, I think, Clallam County, they're using AI in the initial contact on them, or,
Robocom.
Yeah.
Costs $1.50 in interaction on.
Oh, wow. And so I think that is just going to grow. And what that would mean is there is a changing workforce, because if the technology is changing, then we need to upskill our employees. And then that would mean more focus in our IT, because we have to be able to keep up with the new technologies. So I think our county has been slow to change, because I think we've been really small and really rural. I mean, look at our community. Yeah, I think that's going to be a big deal for us. Also, the challenge is the county provides so many services. And so when the question of can we work from home, I would say that from my perspective, maybe we allow hybrid, because we have employees who have to show up to work. We have employees who work on roads or at the solid waste transfer station, who are visible. And I think too, it's like in the services we provide to the community, to have the face of folks, who can, like at our auditor's office, those folks cannot work from home. And the ability for a customer to come in and walk in the office and say hi, hello, and see human. I think that's important to me. And that will be a county decision, in the future. So I think AI is a big deal. I think that there may be more social stressors coming up, just because of change in the way policies may be enacted. The National Relations Labor Board that has been really employee supportive. I think that's going to change to be more employer supportive. That won't affect us so much, because we consistently treat all our employees favorably, but I think that will have a greater impact outside. I believe if the economy has issues, we will have a solid workforce. And on the other hand, like culturally, lots of people don't want to be in the same job forever. So our 30 years employees, we may not get that anymore.
Maybe a generational shift.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of different things that could happen.
One of the things that and I know we probably need to move on, but one of the things that I really heard a lot on the campaign trail was about the interaction with public employees, not just county employees, but public employees in general. And this sort of sense that public employees have been sort of made more and more and more to focus only on being risk managers and less on the ability to actually say yes to resident and constituent needs, because of their, sort of perceived or real need to protect their government. And so I know this is a big kind of philosophical and maybe more of a leadership question, but it's just something that's really on my mind, is how to empower employees to feel that direct service connection to the people that they're serving, both in and out of our government systems, and still be responsible to those laws and managing risk appropriately, but to make individuals in the community feel less like the employee is just standing there only to protect the government. Is that something that you have any thoughts on, or sort of working working toward in the
Um,
plans?
my thoughts on that is it's complicated
Yes.
because the employees are required to uphold the policies
Right.
of the laws that are. And so then perhaps it's just the conversation with the constituent. And so to me, like if there's a policy that doesn't work, let's talk about it and let's talk about changing it.
Mhm.
And then have that interaction with both sides. I believe that if there's an opportunity for residents to talk about the issues they have in a place where they feel like they can actually say what they think, and if there's a conversation, I think that can bring us all forward, even though we may not be able to change the laws that we are upholding.
But we
And I
can
think
change
that's what's hard.
policies, and we can slowly advocate for changing law when it's appropriate.
In my experience, since we can talk to each other right now, in my experience of it, when someone comes with a specific issue to me, I go, okay, how do I unwrap this? And then I figure out which staff to pull into the conversation, and oftentimes can ameliorate the concern, like within 24 hours. It's when people just come with a general complaint and don't have a specific, the county sucks. Okay,
Right.
tell them, and so I find myself having to dig.
Let's dig down.
What specifically are you talking about, and how can I help you solve your frustration? And more times than not, it's easy to solve the frustration. Cause I go, oh, we just need to talk to, and maybe the answer isn't yes, but there's a rational reason that said staff can explain really easily.
Or an
But
alternative.
where I find the frustration continuing is when it's just, this sucks, or you suck, or,
Or from the other side, this is just what the policy is, and therefore the answer is no.
but we can
As opposed to, does it make sense to have a conversation about
Right.
this? Yeah. And maybe that's part of it, is making sure to empower employees to know that they can also dig into those conversations with individuals when they have time, and bring those things up to leadership to say, hey, I'm hearing this a lot. Is this something we need to look at?
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, and I wanna say too that our leaders, elected officials and leaders and managers are constantly in situations where they're juggling all of these factors, and they also do a great job when they consider these questions. Just shout out. I mean, if there's so many people I could shout out to.
Absolutely.
Just wanna thank everybody.
Well, today's the day to thank you guys.
And she has more to present to you.
Yes, if we have.
Yep. You want the red line?
Yeah, the red line would be great. So it's now appropriate, we'll just kind of
Great.
shift into, did you guys want to say anything?
No.
We'll transition to the personnel manual. So the personnel administration manual is our manual used for all things. What do employees do if they want to take a vacation? Who do they ask? What happens if they want to take leave? What are our requirements around hiring and firing? What is our harassment policy? What is our travel policy? And so it's a huge document and takes a lot of time to go through. And the process we've gone through already for this is the prosecuting attorney's office over a year ago, Philip Hunsucker. Thank you, Philip. You're awesome. He went through the whole manual, updated laws and language. I got it. I went through, was updating from and reviewing from the HR perspective, set it aside because I was doing bargaining, and also to facilitate completion of a new travel policy, which was a great way to bring, I love working on policies because it's a great way to bring different perspectives together to come to to cooperate and come to a solution. So I worked on that, and here we are. we're at the point where I'm presenting this to the board. And what would happen after it goes through the board, and so we'll just discuss briefly where the big changes are. And then come back to you in a couple weeks if you have questions, or if there's something you wanted to see, we can discuss that. Then I would finalize the corrections and send that out to the union and individual employees, and then give them an opportunity to comment.
Sounds good.
So for this, there's also a summary, and so in summary to the whole manual, the language updates the word will to shall. It changes discipline to corrective action. It changes discharge to termination. It updated a definition for employee assistance program. It changed payroll department to auditor's office. And these are like little things. A big thing, I think, is we changed the word citizen to resident.
Yeah.
Because all residents in our community, are part of this. So
Citizens.
I wanted to say, actually, Tom Hirsch recommended this, so thank you, Tom, for pointing that out. And then there's updates to definitions for qualifying reasons for paid family medical leave, or updated definitions for federal, state, and local legal references. There's some changes where remarking that to take vacation leave, employees must have accrued the leave in order to take the leave. We are changing from employees who are on their trial period not being able to take any accrued leave to yes, if they accrue leave and they get their supervisors or department directors approval, they may take accrued leave off during their trial period. And that's actually a change that came with the pandemic, where, it's kind of a more gentle world. If you need to take time off, either for a vacation or you're sick, and you have leave, you can take that. Another change is the opportunity for employees to donate some of their accrued leave, whether it be PTO or vacation, to an employee who may have run out of all their leave options and maybe have a serious illness, that employees would be able to donate leave. And there's a framework in there for how that could work.
And there's a bank, right? Isn't there a?
Catastrophic.
There's two different things. So one is the catastrophic sick leave bank, where every November employees can donate sick leave or PTO. If they have so many hours in their own accrued leave, they can donate that to a catastrophic sick leave bank that any employee who has run out of leave can apply for. So it's a big bucket of money. This leave is, and so an employee would apply for that. It goes to a committee about whether or not they can use it. And I would ask one of the commissioners to be on that committee. This leave is for just a direct donation to an employee who may have a serious condition and have used all their leave, that have an opportunity for our direct donation. And this, we found, is really great for morale for our employees, because they really love being able to help.
Is there a maximum on that bank of catastrophic hours?
That people can ask for or get.
No, that
Or-
it can bank. Like if it hits,
So the countywide one can grow as large as it gets.
okay.
It's not large right now.
It's not
Yeah, we had a couple of needs that we met by using a bunch of those hours. A good effect, I might say.
I think also folks were donating less leave during the pandemic. Sure, when they were stating that or using it for themselves or for their families. Other than that, there's also, for the record, there's a summary sheet that I put together that I sent to the commissioners and will include with today. That just is more detailed on these donations, donations and other items. There's really nothing that a huge change. I don't feel, but if you have questions or you think something's missing, are you wondering about language, next time we meet, we can talk about it.
Yeah, the detail is really helpful, this matrix that you sent.
Love the red line too, and I'd like to know, kind of laying out the process. I love having a first reading and giving the public and staff time to look through it. In your note, you said that you're gonna then write it through legal and risk. Is that based on any changes? Because you sound like it's been.
Well, they've gone through it, but it's
Okay.
been a length of time for them to look at it again, but for
Okay.
them, it's better if they can see if there's any other changes than to what we already discussed.
Gotcha.
Is this an annual review of the employee manual, or is it?
No, this one actually has been updated every year, just portions of it for 2 or 3 years prior. But this was a full, going through everything, comprehensive from Philip Hunsucker. A lot of work. And through my team, have gone through every word. I've gone through it. We're pleased to bring it to this next.
So I noticed on the first page, and Mark was editing like adopted in 2025, but do you actually want the adoption date and then an updated date, or? Because in the past, when I worked for nonprofits, I remember the Nature Conservancy like a long time ago, going through this national process, and there was an adopted date. And then if there were updates, they were in the footer. So I just don't know how we track.
We've always done it by adoption date.
So when all these changes are adopted, then that's the adopted date. Okay.
And then what sometimes happens is a resolution that affects policy, but that may be included the next time around.
Okay.
Any questions for me now?
I look forward to really digging into it, but I look through it, and as you say, these don't look like they're substantive changes, just kind of catching up.
Yeah,
really,
there's
so.
different definitions, there's just moving one thing to another place because it makes organizational sense.
Yeah.
There's no wholesale, change in like methodology and what thinking is on.
Appreciate it.
Heather, nerdy, edit. Can you search this document for the word breastfeeding? And there's a consistent FEADING in here, just something.
Oh,
to correct.
That is really a beautiful thing. Oh, that's one thing we also did too, speaking about breastfeeding. I don't know if you've been to the third floor, but there's a pod up there.
Yes.
So that happened
That's so
because
great.
Superior Court filed for a grant, received grant money. And Central Services and Facilities worked hard on helping to coordinate that. And we all worked together on the policy. So another place where we all could get together, collaborate.
Cool. That's a great example.
Will the pet policy be in the employee manual?
Well, right now it's a pilot program.
Oh, right.
And
Depends on when we adopt it. If we've gotten through the pilot program, it takes that long to adopt.
Smiley looks forward to permanent adoption.
Great work. This is so much. The level of detail is really evident in the work that you've done so far. It was actually one of the things in the newly elected officials, they really highly recommended that elected officials review in detail their employee manual and to really understand that employee culture. And so it was just remarkable to be able to come in and ask for it. And Kristen provided it and was like, it's going through a thorough, change right now. So you're going to get a new version. So it's pretty exciting.
good timing.
Yes, good time.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. Keep up the good work.
Okay, so we don't have anything else finished.
Can I mention one thing? I
Yeah.
just have a letter of support for Mason PUD that I want to make sure we look at today. Their
Okay.
grant deadline is
We just do it.
Wednesday.
Oh, right, we were supposed to look at it.
That one I was too slow on, that was my fault, this one I just got last week, but I just submit, I did that one just with my own letterhead, but I can't share it because I'm in a different Zoom meeting. Maybe can we just look at it
Yep.
first thing? I'll send you both, I'll send Mark a copy of it so we can distribute it to you.
Okay,
We have a 1:30 with the prosecutor's office and then next session. Do you want to discuss it under additional business?
okay, so let's see, I was partially through briefing. And then we can do
Yes.
calendaring.
Oh my goodness, I don't think we've got calendaring with you, right?
No, we haven't.
This is all important stuff, so let's see, week back. So I think I had made it through. Started doing,
You talked about
My
clean
written
energy and
update.
county finance.
my written update to you, I think, was where I was at.
Yep, you had gotten through
And I
number
talked
2.
about the retail delivery fee and.
Yeah.
And then, the legislative priorities on the 9th were we knew about some pre-filed bills, but at that point, we didn't have specific pieces of legislation that we were tracking or working on. So my report to you after this week's LSC meeting will maybe be more detailed with specific pieces of legislation. So let's see. I made it home. I made it through that weekend. I was with you guys on the 13th for our meeting. And then on the 14th in the morning, I had a meeting with the city and Public Works at the city, Public Works at the county, and the city about the Mill Road roundabout and that legislative
Legislation. Yeah.
legislative priority.
Were you doing a local community project for that as well? Is that how we were approaching it?
Through Theringer's office.
The city was doing that,
Oh, okay.
because the city was taking the lead on this one.
Gotcha. I have some
Right,
questions
and you
just
were
about the
confirming the
process.
numbers.
Yeah. And I think I was still waiting for feedback from our lobbyist, Stephanie, about, she was gonna follow up after that meeting with Theringer's office as to the approach,
Yeah, I'm really curious about that too.
and I have not had follow-up about that yet.
Should we, as I'm working on a draft, of course, too, for the Aquatic Recreation Center.
Yeah.
Should I send that to Stephanie for review? I mean, she's.
No, I think you have to submit
have to
it through
submit
the
it.
portal.
Sure, I'm happy to,
Oh.
but I've got I'm just curious, I haven't done one of these before, I'd love to know, how are they going to interpret this? Are there any bugaboos or strategies that we should?
How is who gonna interpret it?
The congressional office there, I mean,
I've
yeah,
submitted
are the
a
congressional
couple of them.
aides, I know how to write, two
Yeah, I'm not
questions.
sure, I'm not sure if she knows how, because she hasn't communicated back to me about. So Public Works did one for this extra money needed for the sewer,
Okay,
and I just had Sam submit that directly. And then it's listed on our priorities, legislative priorities.
oh,
I
so
don't-
she just filled it out, okay.
Yep. But today's the deadline,
What? February 21st is the deadline,
isn't it?
No,
January
it's
21st?
January
It's
21st.
January 21st.
January 21st.
That's what
is
we
the deadline?
talked about
Yeah,
2 weeks
pretty
ago.
sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they'll be well into the budget negotiations by February 21st.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just submit what I have.
Yeah,
I would. And they're fairly simple. I mean, the problem that I found, we've gotten a couple of these and. Just be aware that this is one of those forward, you really have to, you don't have to submit a lot of information to apply.
Okay.
But once you get the grant, you have to figure out clearly understand where the actual funding comes from. So for example, you can apply for a legislative community projects grant, but the actual funding could come from lots of different sources, through a Department of Commerce, right? So understanding what pot of money you're actually applying for and therefore what your compliance requirements are gonna be. is a really good question to ask.
It says request must be submitted by February
Oh.
21st on the form.
Huh.
I know that we were told to submit it
I was
early.
told January 21st, that's
Yeah,
weird.
that's what we were just talking about with legislature. Well, that's great.
I mean,
Okay,
I'd rather get it right. I mean,
Yeah.
if they want it by today.
No, no, I think that what they said was. Let me look at Sam's. Okay, closing that, let me see.
Sorry, I mean, I'll do it today, but I can do it better.
No, you're right, I think you're
Well,
right,
it says it clearly right there.
yeah,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought Stephanie told us in her presentation that it was January.
yeah,
21st,
that's
but
what I
maybe
wrote
we
down
misinterpreted
too,
it. That's great, good
Okay.
news.
yeah,
Scaring me.
cause that's what
I'm
I,
mostly ready. I have a draft of it. I just, I was trying to get it right. And I don't have.
well, you probably have it right.
I mean,
Anyway.
what I don't have is, and I was going to make a recommendation to you guys, is I don't have site control yet. I don't have a meeting with the Chimicum School District tomorrow.
Big one.
Yeah, no, it's February 21st, you're right.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna take.
I had just written down January
I can't
21st.
believe it.
Okay,
That's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I was gonna ask you that about you said last week you were deciding on one site. And then we never had a chance to loop back and talk about that.
I'm planning to make a presentation, but I need to really meet with the school district and find out, where they are and what would be the process to. I mean, of course, you don't want to do sign a lease or something until you have funding to actually build it, but
Is
getting
site
an
control
arrangement.
the requirement to apply?
Site control is a requirement to apply. We have two sites that we're considering that were recommended by the task force. One of them is a county site, so we have site control. And then the other one is
School
the school
districts.
district property, so.
I had a conversation with the superintendent over a year ago about the site and this option, but
I do know you can have just an MOU.
And I've already prepared the prosecutor's office that we might need that in short order. So, and I think it would be lovely to be a three-way agreement, because both the library already has an agreement with the Chimicum School District. I heard about, they would love to have opened that driveway, because they have like food bank, big semis that come into the library parking lot, and they'd love to be able to go through. That was scuttled previously because their pass through there it goes right through their drain field, but soon that will not be an issue, right?
right,
So.
right.
Okay,
Yeah, exploring.
yeah, so I'm meeting with
Nail that down.
Scott Moss tomorrow morning.
Great.
Well,
I
good
think
thing it's
there-
not the 21st then.
Yes.
So I think there was some desire for some kind of compensation for
Land
that.
swap is what
Yeah,
he said to me.
yeah.
So, and that's,
Okay.
and he's got a willing seller on the other side, is the last conversation we had, but
On the other side of,
this school. Like towards Rhodey kind of, so they could expand the other way from Chimicum Creek.
Oh.
So it just maybe a larger piece that we need, so we could get a little bit more room and they could have the room, they were.
Right.
they would be-
To expand.
and I know
school.
who those landowners are, so, yeah, okay. Cool.
Before we move past, I know you've gone into kind of looking at your calendar. I have just a quick legislative question for you, legislative priorities or legislative update. Have you gotten the information about House Bill 1158, which is the Intellectual Developmental Disabilities Community Inclusion? Yeah, I'll make sure that Bonnie Obremski sends this information to you. I think it's one that we want to follow at the county level, and it looks like WASAC has actually written a brief about it. Pretty much all counties are against this bill, and so I think it's one that we want to track, and our public health department feels pretty strongly that if it were to pass, it would have a pretty major impact on our intellectual developmental
A negative
disabilities,
impact?
negative impact, yeah. So I'd like to make sure you get that.
Doesn't sound like from the title of the bill, it sounds like a
It
positive
does
impact.
sound like it's an impact to the community inclusion part of the employment.
That was a
contract.
pre-file issue, but at the time, there was not a bill number attached to it.
Yeah, so
'Cause I
now it's
remember
House
just-
Bill 1158,
Okay.
and our public health department would really like us to advocate for a no,
Yeah, okay,
so.
okay. Let's see, what was I doing? I was going through last week, right? Let's see, okay. Well, I'm glad we figured that date thing out.
Yeah,
Yeah. Scared.
Okay, so detail, can I forward this information to you, or do I need to forward it to Mark?
And you said you were going to.
You announced it.
Okay, great, I'm gonna
Yeah.
forward it to you right now.
Okay, so Mill Road. Still working on that with Stephanie and the city and Public Works. Tuesday, the 14th in the evening, I had a community foundation board meeting. Wednesday, the 15th, I had early meeting with a constituent. Regarding some land questions he had, and that was an interesting conversation. Let's see. When did oh, okay, so then Wednesday, the 15th, I spent most of the day with Monty and Eric on the road for the meeting with the Park Service and DOT at the Park Service headquarters in Port Angeles. And then meeting with the tribe, the Jamestown tribe and Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group regarding the bridge in Quilcene River Bridge Project.
Wait, I'd say that again? Oh, you went to that meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so the meeting with the Park Service and DOT about, I kind of started briefing about this earlier, but Eric did a very good job of putting together an agenda for the meeting and pre-brainstorming some of the options, potential options for fixes for the road. It was a good meeting in that I think that everyone brought their creative hats to the table, but in terms of funding the road repairs, there weren't new ideas for how to fund the road repairs. The idea of moving flat funding from one project to the other came out of this meeting and got more support in the meeting, because if you can't get past mile 8 to get to the Park Service entrance to be stopped at mile 10, then what's the use, right? So that was a good point that was made. Also, there was some conversation about what's it called when you detours around the road, like moving, there's some some logging roads up above the river that could be temporary detours around a road repair. And then there became active conversations about those logging roads and if they could be used for other purposes, and talking to the landowners. So I can't remember if it was, I think it was Olympic National Park who was going to follow up with that landowner, or maybe it was Public Works as well. Let's see what else was brought up. Should have been better about writing. I should have just brought the agenda for the meeting. I could share that with you. I should share it with you. I'll share it with you, Greg. I'll share it with both of you. So Eric and Monty were gonna follow up on the idea of rerouting, repurposing some of the flat funding for the upper road repair. There aren't, as we knew earlier, there's only one seasonal residence above mile 10 on the Ho Road, but on the South Quinault Road, there's a number of residences above that road washout, and the only tool we have right now is this permit for temporary access through that road washout.
And no funding on the horizon.
And there weren't as many options. There's an FLAP grant sitting there for South Quinault, so it's also the desire to have an emergency declaration. Was the Federal Highways Emergency Program was not going to be applicable to these projects. And there was a reason why, and I can't remember exactly what it was.
In other words, as getting a emergency declaration defined or declared at the state or federal level, they don't think they think it would not have much of an impact. It wouldn't do us much good.
The reason that we can't get an emergency declaration is because at the federal level, the emergency is not widespread or even regional. It's very localized. And so there was some conversation about with the Park Service ecologist and our Public Works team about kind of a more some other issues that arose from that one storm event. but there was a general sense that we would not be able to get an emergency declaration. Or federally, which would then unleash these emergency repair funds. You have to have the emergency declared before you can use
Yeah,
federal emergency.
how about state, any option there?
I didn't hear an option on the state level.
No,
But I
that's
have-
really a
It's not a
normal
thing.
funding stream, I don't think.
I had to loop back with Eric and see about the flap idea, but I was also just gonna see if they'd had any more thoughts. So I feel like it's a big step.
And I think both the national park and public works was pretty dismissive of the, continuing resolution idea, like trying to get some of that money that's.
Cause
been
that's a
somewhere.
resolution for Hurricane Ridge.
Is it? I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's what it says.
Oh, okay.
That was brought up in this meeting, that there was a continuing resolution for the Hurricane Ridge Visitor Center replacement
Mm,
from the fire.
Right, right.
And people were like, well, could we repurpose that money? But there wasn't interest in doing that because they actually want to replace
They need those dollars.
and it's not like the flat funding where the attraction is,
Mhm.
Is that
Yeah,
the same
not
funding that
active.
Mr. Bowen
Yeah,
is
that's what
referencing?
we're talking about.
he's
yeah.
talking about the Hurricane Ridge continuing resolution. fund.
Okay,
Yeah, that was in.
and that's why you feel like that's not
According to Park Service.
it's not a good source because it's
It's for a
already allocated.
specific purpose.
Yeah,
And
It's
And it's
already
written, the
being
purpose is
used.
written in the resolution.
And there's two different things, like Heidi was saying, right? Flap is for access to public land.
Federal
This is
land.
an amenity on a public land. This is a pretty critical amenity there too, so it's. Great.
It was interesting to me because I heard, so Park Service was saying they have 330,000 visitors a year.
right.
And then last Friday, I was at a meeting with a group of residents out in Nordland.
Mhm.
And the Fort Flywood Park gets nearly 300,000 visitors a year.
Yeah.
So it's,
It's a lot.
I
of-
think Fort Worth gets 1 million.
yeah, no, I know, I mean, Fort Worth gets more than Flagler, but
Mhm.
I was surprised that the Flagler got as much as the whole road essentially.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway, so I'm gonna
Still a
follow
lot of-
up with our team, talk to Eric and Monty, but I,
Bird dog on that.
Heidi, I have a Zoom call at 12:05 with Philip and Josh.
okay,
Can I cut and go do that?
yeah, well, we can be done for sure, let's see. I'm almost through my week, let me just breeze through the next couple days. Oh, then we had the Quilcene River Project meeting with the tribe and Huguenot.
Yeah.
And that was a really great meeting.
I heard, I talked to Monty.
Yeah, it was a really great meeting and it doesn't feel to me like that project is held up by
Okay,
any kind of
great.
difference between the county and the tribe, or it feels like there just needed to be better communication.
Right.
Coming into the project. And there's some proposed changes to the project that the tribe rolled out and our team has been very supportive.
Good.
So I feel like that's,
Sending the incendiary emails to add to the fire.
yeah, no, that project doesn't feel like it's held up to me.
Well, that's a big fire put out.
I mean, it's a huge asset. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's really good. Let's see, so then we had our Community Welfare Protection Plan and Implementation Advisory Group meeting on Thursday morning. And then we had a debrief of the Quilcene River and Quilcene River project with Philip and Mark, and just to let people know where we were at with that project. Felt like a good resolution there.
You know who should be looped in on that is Tammy Pickering.
Yeah,
She's
back tomorrow
right.
from
Okay,
vacation.
cause
Yeah,
she's on the Hood Canals, I forget what it's called, Citizen Advisory Group or something. That
Absolutely.
rated that as the #1 project on the
Yeah.
Hood Canal coordinating region.
yeah.
I need to, actually, she did come to do a presentation, but I was thinking, I keep hearing her name a lot, and she
Yeah.
was the one who did all of that Property. procurement and
Mhm.
to get to know her. Sounds like a powerhouse.
Then, let's see, Thursday midday, we had a community welfare defense grant application work group, and that proposal is coming together. I think this Friday is our deadline for the draft. Then I had a community foundation gathering in the evening. On Friday morning, I had breakfast with Cindy Brooks from the EDC to say, what's up, where you going? Then at noon, I had the WASAC legislative session update where they did announce a bunch of number of bill numbers that were attached. 750 bills had been introduced in the first 5 days of the session. Wow. And 75 were reviewed for commissioners as of interest. And and then I went out to Nordland for a group of residents are really concerned about the state highway that runs Highway 116 that runs the park and the speed but with which people drive through Nordland.
Wow, yeah.
And then I got there and
Crosswalk conversation.
I had the crosswalk covered, but then they had like 6 road issues around the island that they wanted addressed. And I said, I came here to talk about this one. This is the only one I'm really feel ready for.
Yeah.
But so I have a ton of follow-up from that meeting to do. So let's see. And that wraps up last week. Do we want to break till 1:30 now, or is there anything before we recess?
Yeah, I have a 1 o'clock Zoom with, to get onboarded to the behavioral health organization. Salish Coast.
Great.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds great.
So we'll recess until 1:30.
Able to get on my.
I am going to call us back to order after recess. Everyone had a nice recess.
Yeah, playground is cool.
Didn't fight over the jungle gym. Let's see, so we are going right into a presentation by our prosecuting attorney's office on their 2025 civil division work plan. Super exciting to have you all with us and to get an overview of work ahead. Who am I turning this over to?
You're gonna turn it over to me first.
Great.
I'm gonna handle the first few slides, and we're gonna tell you a little bit about the prosecutor's office as a whole, not just the civil side, give you an idea of what it is that we do. Can you go ahead and next slide, please? Who's controlling the slides, by the way? Is that Phil?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
the AV guy today.
All right. Well, I didn't recognize the AV hat on. All right, Phil, can you do the next slide, please? Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to start off with our statutory duties, organization, and criminal division. And then I'm going to be handing it over to the civil side, starting with Phil for the rest of this. It's pretty self-explanatory. Phil, next slide, please. All right, next slide. All right, so every elected county officer has essentially their own RCW section that defines their duties. And this one is the one that defines the duties of the prosecuting attorney, my ability to appoint prosecutors, hire interns, who it is I represent, the state of Washington, and all felony criminal actions or actions that happen inside the county, excluding city limits. Of course, in Jefferson County, because we have an interlocal agreement with the city of Port Townsend, I represent the city of Port Townsend as well. The county in all civil suits. Another thing that's kind of interesting in there is under the RCW, the prosecuting attorney's office represents the school districts. This is interesting because although it's there in statute as a practical matter, many, if not most, school districts retain their own counsel. And I've never worked in an office that actually had to step into that role to represent them, but it is there in statute. And then some of this, a lot of this is just boilerplate office of the county seat. Obviously, I have to work in the county seat, which in our case is Port Townsend. Any questions on this?
No.
Okay, next slide, please. All right. So this is what I was just talking about. Another thing that's important to know is that in order to be the prosecuting attorney, you have to be a licensed attorney, so therefore. They have to have the ability to represent the state and the county. Next slide.
I feel good about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's. It wasn't that long ago that in some instances, though, individuals who sat as judges did not have to be judges or attorneys. And it was a provision that in rural locations where that was true. Okay. So this, of course, is my authority to appoint deputies to represent the office and do everything in my name that I would otherwise have the power of doing. Some of the other, county officers have similar provisions as well. Nothing really terribly exciting here either, but you do have to be a United States citizen or a lawful permanent resident.
Outside attorneys.
Oh, yeah, and so one of the things that this lets me do is appoint outside attorneys. So on the criminal side, when we have a conflict for whatever reason, a lot of the times we will work with our neighboring counties. For us, that's Kitsap and Clallam, to appoint conflict counsel at no additional cost, and we appoint them as special deputies, and it goes and it's reciprocal. There are any number of cases right now where we are. The attorneys in our office are prosecuting cases from other jurisdictions as well. We also will special deputize attorneys working in private law firms for some of the civil litigation that comes in, the specialized civil litigation. I know you two know Suzanne Michael, I'm sure. If you don't, she is an employment attorney. So I've special deputized her as well to step in for employment issues.
Yeah, she's with the county's risk pool.
Right, yeah. And there are other risk pool attorneys too that specialize in land use litigation and, you name it. So for them to represent the county, I have to do a special deputy appointment for them as well. All right.
Do you typically go to risk pool attorneys as kind of a go-to, or are you going to other jurisdictions usually first?
So if it's gonna be a criminal matter, I'll just go to another jurisdiction. If it's gonna be civil litigation, it's typically risk pool. The risk pool is the insurance company. They're the ones who are oftentimes gonna be paying the bills for these attorneys. And we also, and what it means also is that a lot of these attorneys have good pre-existing relationships working with counties. They understand us as their client pretty well. In a lot of the cases, it's attorneys that we've worked with for years. And so for many of these individuals, we already have pre-existing good working relationships with them. And they understand risk pool as the insurance company in terms of billing and stuff like that. So it's usually a pretty easy relationship to work. Next slide. Okay, so I have to tell you a little bit about this one. In neighboring Island County, there was a land use matter for which I don't remember the details on. And their prosecuting attorney gave them an answer that the county commissioners there did not like. So they said, okay, we're gonna go hire this other attorney in town who's gonna give us an opinion that we do like. And they went and hired that attorney over the prosecuting attorney. And so the prosecuting attorney had to file this case to, Phil, do you know, strictly speaking, this was an ejectment issue? Was the other outside counsel being ejected?
I think that may be right. Actually.
Okay, yeah. Bounced out of the chair, right? So anyway.
You call it an ejectment?
Ejectment.
Oh, eject, okay, I
Yeah.
was wondering if it started with a J.
So,
Legal
so,
term, that's right.
right, it's basically forces someone out of the position. And so anyway, Greg Banks is the Banks in Island County, and he's my counterpart over there. Filed this action, went up to the state Supreme Court, and they agreed with Greg Banks that The only attorneys who can represent the county are the attorney that it is either myself or the attorneys that I appoint. Hard to contemplate this being an issue in Jefferson County, but in some other counties around the state, sometimes those relationships get a little rocky and they want to go around. And this is basically just saying you can't do that.
The voters said it's you.
That's correct.
Got it.
And that's a creature of statute right there. So presumably the legislature could change that if they wanted. Next slide. All right, and this is our org chart. This used to be a bit more complicated with a lot more squiggly lines when we were also acting as the county coroner, and that is now greatly simplified. So I have my office divided into two divisions, the criminal side and the civil side. And I know three of you are much more familiar with the civil side, having worked closely with that office for probably as long as each of you have been in office. So we have three attorneys over there now. We have a civil paralegal, and we also have a child support enforcement officer. In larger counties, child support enforcement will oftentimes be the third division. But in terms of workload, given the size of this county, we tuck it under civil. But just know that in some other jurisdictions, they have three divisions. Some may even have more, but those are the three that are common that I'm aware of. So we do get some outside funding. As you can see on this, for example, the representation that we do for the city of Port Townsend is partially funded by the city of Port Townsend. Child support enforcement is partially funded through a state grant that I think comes to us originally from the federal government. And Phil, am I missing any other state funding sources?
Not for civils. The child support enforcement grant covers 80% of our child support enforcement officer, and then the lawyers who are in that program that do the child enforcement work. It's we get funded as well, and then 1 hour a month for James.
1 hour a month.
Hour a month.
1 hour a month.
Yeah.
I did forget one very important one, and that's our victim witness advocate. And this individual is also partially funded with state funding that comes to us by way of grants that I think also originates as part of some of that's coming from the federal government.
I was just gonna ask about that.
That will come up in a later slide. I'll talk about that again. Okay, next slide. All right, so I'm going to give you an overview of the criminal division, and this is the side of the house that you're going to see less often here in the BOCC, but this is essentially the bulk of the office are these folks and what they're doing. And I'm not going to completely read off all the slides here, just to give you an idea. We do all the things that are here in terms of the phases of prosecution. Sometimes it starts with an arrest, and we get a report. Sometimes it starts well before an arrest, and we're working with law enforcement to help develop their case. And we do every phase from basically their very first hearing or to the investigation all the way to trials and beyond trials, because the office also handles criminal appeals. I personally handle most of the criminal appeals, though not all of them. You know, the one on the bottom there that says legal advice to law enforcement officers, and this one is a really important one as well. We do go out to law enforcement and meet with them and conduct trainings on them of just general provisions in terms of criminal procedure, constitutional law, case law updates. One of the law enforcement agencies that we work closely with has a lot of newer officers, and so we're getting ready to do a training with them. Sometimes it's just small things in the criminal law that are important but often get overlooked or aren't taught at the academy that we want people to know about. Other things might be concerned like the rules of evidence that, hey, it's great, you got all this, but I can't use any of it. You know, if we do it this way, maybe we can. Search warrants, I want to talk a little bit about that. And for some of the routine search warrants, we don't necessarily have involvement with, like, I'll give an example. So if someone gets pulled over for a DUI, they don't want to provide a breath sample. Law enforcement frequently will obtain a search warrant to obtain a blood sample for blood testing. Those ones are done very often, and we don't necessarily get involved. But if we have a major case going on, for example, we had a shooting in Port Hadlock not that long ago, we'll usually have someone available on scene to help with the writing of search warrants. Sometimes some of the more complex ones where maybe we're trying to get like phone records, social media records, things like that, we might have some involvement helping out with those as well.
How quickly can you turn that around on site like that?
Fairly quickly. A lot of what we're doing is the officers or the detectives are usually pretty well trained on how to write these, but there are certain constitutional guardrails of what you can and can't do with a search warrant. And so we'll review these to make sure that they are specific to time and place, that the scope isn't so broad to go beyond what the Constitution allows. Sometimes will help us in the drafting, but a lot of it's going to be the proofreading on making sure that, or that we didn't miss something like, oh, hey, this is the type of evidence that will likely be found in this type of setting. So let's make sure we're going to include that type of setting and the things that we want the judge to allow us to search. Like, if you're looking for a gun and the person has a gun safe, well, that would be an obvious place to look, but maybe not the only place. Next slide. All right, so yeah, these are our responsibilities. We do work with all law enforcement agencies. Obviously, the ones we are working with the most are going to be the Port Townsend Police Department, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, and the Washington State Patrol. But we do also get cases from Washington State Parks. Department of Natural Resources even has its own police force, which I didn't know about all that long ago. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And occasionally federal law enforcement, although not too often. That might be one of the benefits of being a small county. So we have a lot of land in this county that's national park and national forest. So what does that mean? The national park is essentially a state within a state. Anything that happens there is going to be automatic federal jurisdiction. National forest, different rules apply. If it's a crime against the forest, like it's illegal timber harvest, then that's going to be a federal offense. If it's something like an assault that just happens to happen in the national forest, that's coming to us. So with the national forest, it depends on the type of crime. But we do occasionally work with our federal law enforcement partners on that type of stuff as well. In many law offices, lawyers tend to kind of have a lone wolf operation, or there's a little bit of collaboration, but not a lot. One of the things I really enjoy about working in an office this size is the way that we're able to actually make this kind of a team sport, in that we're able to get together, spitball ideas, talk to each other, and so we really do apply a team approach. And I've been in offices where that just didn't really happen. And it's not because it's not good, but or that the other officers wouldn't think that it's good. It's just usually too many moving parts to get everyone together to be able to do that. But we have some blocks of time where we were able to get together and talk about these things and collaborate with one another. Because when someone is going to be in trial, or out for a while, it's gonna impact the entire office because of the size. So we want to make sure everyone is as successful as they can be and prepared as possible.
I can see all your deputies, little smiles on their faces when you said that, so. They must agree. They like the team sport.
He's still listening. All right, next slide, please. All right, so, our responsibilities are, ultimately I represent the state of Washington. But in terms of my client, the way I interpret that is I'm representing the community, the people of Jefferson County, right? I don't specifically represent the victim in a way that, let's say, a personal injury attorney might represent the victim. And so what this means is that crime victims have a very important role and important say in how we prosecute a case, but they don't have ultimately a veto, which sometimes causes a lot of concern with crime victims who may not want their crime prosecuted. So you might ask, well, why would I go forward and prosecute it anyway? Because there's oftentimes going to be a mix. And maybe that crime victim can forgive the perpetrator for committing a crime against them, but they're not in a position to forgive the perpetrator for committing the crime against the next victim. And that's someone who I have to think about as well.
And it goes the other way too, right? I'm sure there are some victims who would
absolutely
want to prosecute.
That's actually a really good point. Yes. So we also have, cases where victims very much want a case to go forward and we just aren't able to prosecute it. We don't, the conduct, so to speak, doesn't actually meet statutory criteria, or our facts are insufficient, or it's just the type of case where there's no jury in a million years would convict on this. So in those types of cases, we won't charge, or if we find ourselves having to charge, we will oftentimes dismiss, just because we don't really have a ground to go forward with. And yeah, there are sometimes some very frustrated and emotional conversations that take place with respect to that. Absolutely. Oftentimes if there's like a separation going on and a child custody issue, those can get pretty heated. All right. Next slide, please. All right. So in the state of Washington, crime victims have rights, and we actually have a provision to our Constitution. I want to say it was added in like maybe 1989 as a constitutional amendment. I might be wrong on that year, but you get the general time frame of when that was added. And so I'm not going to go through these. I'll just give you a minute to read through them if you like. Because the rights of a criminal defendant are ensconced in our federal constitution, there's nothing that our state via statute or state constitution could do to abridge that. But the idea is to give crime victims the right to be present and to be informed. Next slide. Okay, this is a non-exhaustive list of the types of crimes that we prosecute, some of the more common ones. Just want to give you a word about domestic violence. You'll see if there's no crime called, well, there is a crime, domestic violence, although that's not actually a crime in of itself. What it is it's an identifier that we can add to a crime that basically establishes the relationship between perpetrator and victim. And if it is a crime of domestic violence that we've added on there, we can do certain additional things. So, for example, if it's a crime of domestic violence, we can get a domestic violence no contact order for a crime that otherwise might not have a no contact order authorized. someone might lose their firearm rights when they otherwise might not lose their firearm rights. We can get things ordered as part of the sentence, like domestic violence, counseling and treatment. And the way felonies are scored, which determines ultimately what your sentence would be, can change if it's a domestic violence. Next slide. Okay, so we do engage in alternatives to prosecution, diversion programs. There really is no like set up formal diversion program. I know in some larger jurisdictions they do engage in that. What this ultimately is an agreement between the defendant and the state, where the defendant will stay crime-free, do certain things. Maybe it's community service, maybe it's go to drug and alcohol counseling, and if they complete all of that, we will dismiss the case. Is the most common. There are lots of variants to that, but that is sort of a common template. We have an informal diversion in district court with driving while license suspended in the 3rd degree, which is one of the most commonly charged crimes in the state of Washington. There's driving license suspended 3rd degree, 2nd degree, 1st degree. 1st degree being the most serious. 3rd degree would be like if you didn't pay child support or if you got a traffic ticket that you didn't pay. So it's a very, very common criminal offense. And oftentimes what we'll do is we'll charge the crime so that way the defendant gets access to an attorney that they otherwise would not have access to, who can then help them get their license back. And then if they get their license back, we dismiss the case. The idea being, let's get more people licensed, because ultimately that's what we want to have happen. And that can be difficult for people if they don't have access to an attorney, because a lot of the times they're going to have traffic infractions from multiple jurisdictions all over the state, right? And they're going to have a sticker price in the hundreds or thousands of dollars. But the truth is that many courts are very receptive to people trying to get their license back and will waive a lot of the fees if you kind of show that you're making good faith efforts to do that. But you wouldn't necessarily know that if you didn't have an attorney. You wouldn't know to reach out to the courts, to contact them, to set up court dates, to get some of the stuff taken care of. Sometimes courts can't do that, but they can waive interest, which in some cases is going to be like 90% of the fee that they're looking at as an interest. So anyway, that's just a common one. Our therapeutic courts, I sit in 2 of our 3, and our 3 are behavioral health court, which has primarily a mental health focus in district court, and drug court, which is in superior court, which as its name implies, mostly has to do with chemical dependency. And then the 3rd one is family therapeutic court. That's the one I do not sit in. That one has to do with individuals who are facing child dependency actions. And so who does sit in that? DCYF and Juvenile Services sit in on that one. And then restorative justice, I included this just to kind of talk about it for a second. We don't actually have a restorative justice program. We have undergone some trainings with our Superior Court judge to learn about this and see if this is a possibility. And it's something we're still exploring. I do have some concerns and reservations about it. And part of that has to do with under the ideal restorative justice scenario, you have the person who committed the crime and the person who had the crime committed against them. And they meet, they get together, the person who committed the crime apologizes, maybe does some other things like community service, it just depends. And then the person, who had the crime committed against them, tells them about how that impacted them, impacted their lives, ultimately forgives them. My concern is just, I don't have I have a lot of concerns about being in the position where I'm asking a victim of a crime to forgive the person who committed a crime against them. Maybe that's somebody's job, but I really don't see that as my job. And I'm not saying that to eschew the work, but I have a very delicate relationship with crime victims. And my experience is that even if I'm going through a case with them, explaining to them the strengths and the weaknesses of the case, for example, hey, this person has a defense. Oftentimes those conversations can go sideways really fast if they think it sounds like I'm sympathizing with the criminal defendant when I'm really just trying to explain some of the risks of maybe trial, or maybe why we can't handle the case the way they want to handle it. So I just have those concerns with restorative justice, being in the position of asking the person to do that. And there are many cases where crime victims are more than happy to participate in something like that, but there's also quite a few where they're not. And so I'm not against it in theory. I don't think it's great. Finding a way to make it work is just something we're exploring, right? That's where we're at right now. Trying to figure out if there's something we can do there.
In restorative justice cases, would it still be the prosecuting attorney as the representative, or would you then pass that case?
Well, so, we can still have some involvement, certainly in terms of screening, where it goes, and then after that, don't know, we haven't figured it out yet. So there's like a juvenile diversion program, whereby if a juvenile is charged with certain crimes, we can send it to juvenile services, it goes through a diversion program, we never see that case again. But ultimately, we are still screening it, is it gonna look like that? Or is it gonna look like a therapeutic court where, I'm still showing up every week? I don't really know. I mean, I think they can be shaped multiple different ways.
I just want to flag that we have 15 minutes left and we haven't gotten to civil yet. Before we go into an executive session that's on our agenda.
Okay,
We can bookend it.
this is my last slide.
Perfect. This is
Okay,
really-
so, all right, just really quick, these are some of the different committees or meetings that we routinely attend and or sit on. Just a note about the CAC, that's the Child Advocacy Center. This has been kind of a pet project of mine since I first took office in 2019, was getting something like this off the ground, and we have one, hallelujah. But it's still very much in the nascent phase of kind of getting started, and we're hopeful to have an accreditation. I think 2027 is our timeline. Actually, I have a meeting tomorrow I'm going to be attending on it. And if you don't know what it is, here's what it is, right? If you have a child who is a victim of a crime and you don't know what to do, that's where you go. It is meant to be supportive of families because we understand that depending on the crime, this is something that can be very traumatic. It can totally turn your world upside down. And we wanted to create a space where we really focus on the families, we focus on the kids, and our criminal justice system, sometimes puts people through the ringer unintentionally, and we want to make sure that we're not doing that or mitigating it as much as humanly possible. So in a nutshell, those are some, but not all, of the important missions of the Child Advocacy Center. All right, I apologize for hogging all the time, Phil.
Thanks, James. I'll take this slide and then I'm going to turn it over to Ariel. I just want to say how grateful we are to be here to make this presentation today. You have the county's law firm before you, Melissa Plyman, Ariel Spicer, and me. And we're lucky to have three of us, and we thank the Board of County Commissioners for making that possible. Melissa came from the criminal side, and she's an outstanding lawyer. And Ariel came most recently to us from the AG's office, and she ran the AG's office in Port Angeles, this division out here. So they're both outstanding lawyers. They're developing well, and we are going to be a really, really good little law firm for the county in the future. So Ariel, will you take the next slide?
Thank you. Good afternoon. The civil duties of the prosecuting attorney under RCW 36-27-020 are legal advisor to the legislative authority, legal advisor to the county government, appear for and represent the county in civil actions, prosecute all civil actions in which the county may be a party, and defend all suits brought against the county. Next slide, please. Outside of civil litigation, civil division lawyers are advisors without decision-making authority. Lawyers don't make policy decisions, and lawyers' advice is confidential and must be protected from disclosure. Next slide, please. This slide represents an attorney general's opinion about the duty of confidentiality to elected officials who also participate in executive sessions and to other participants of executive sessions. So the duty of confidentiality goes both ways. It's not only extended to the lawyer who must protect it, but it also must be protected by the other participants of the executive session. And I won't go through the specific numbers in detail, but just know that if you would like to refer back to this slide, it references some specific scenarios about how to protect that duty of confidentiality. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it back to Phil. Thank you very much.
So this slide is tells you the types of legal advice that we give to the county, its elected officials, and the departments of the county. We provide advice on legislation, regulatory compliance, and regulatory compliance includes state and federal statutes and regulations. And then we review all the contracts for the county. We represent the county as an advisor on elections. A member of the prosecuting attorney's office must be on the canvassing board. Usually that's me. And then the prosecuting attorney delegated to the civil division has the authority to approve all ballot titles that go on the ballot. So we're approving all of those when they come. We're the advisor to the county on open government. That includes Open Public Meetings Act and the Public Records Act. We provided advice on human resources, worked closely with Sarah Melanson, our human resources director. And then finally, we provide risk mitigation and litigation avoidance advice. So how do you keep out of trouble? It's kind of the preventative law side of things. Questions on that? Okay, so Melissa's going to talk about the next couple slides.
Yes, so I have risk mitigation, litigation prevention, and Philip just previewed for you the component of our work involved in risk mitigation and litigation prevention. This does include legal review of legislation, so we are constantly reviewing legislation both federally and state to ensure compliance. We provide legal review of all contracts for the county. This is all contracts, and we are obligated to do so by resolution, by agreement as well with our county risk pool, which we'll get to that in a second. Yes, Mark, you have a question?
Also, you review local resolutions and ordinances.
Yes, that is correct. So I can't remember if it's in our next slide or not, but part of that is that we do conduct legal review, which is now in county ordinance, of all resolutions and ordinances that are going to be implemented in the county. So that is county code that requires us to do that. And we have been doing that for quite some time. So we do also are involved in the settlement of all cases and disputes, and that's not just with filed litigation, but also cases that have not reached a filed status yet. We engage with our risk pool in pre-defense. So this pre-defense provides risk mitigation for elected officials, employees of the county, as well as volunteers of the county. Our indemnity code is for Jefferson County is 2.05. I encourage you to take a read. And that does include all of our obligated coverage to these individuals. The Washington County's risk pool is our insurer, which is kind of complicated way to say that we are a joint coverage with 24 of the 29, or sorry, 39 other counties in the state of Washington. We are a pooled coverage system, and we are lucky enough to have our chief civil deputy there on the executive committee, and he does serve as the county's alternative director, with Mark being our first. Sorry. So getting into the meat of everything, civil litigation. What do we do? What is the civil division's involvement in the county's civil litigation? So this civil division provides a wide range of legal advice to all electeds, county offices, departments, and independent boards and commissions. Our electeds include our assessor, our auditor, clerk, county commissioners, district court judges, prosecutor, sheriff, superior court judges, and treasurer. So the cases that we see most often are civil rights claims and discrimination, contract disputes, land use disputes, code compliance and public nuisance, personal injury, property damages, and Public Records Act. To point out a few of those that we work very closely on is the code compliance and public nuisance. We work closely with our code compliance officers out of Department of Community Development and Environmental and Public Health to work on enforcement of those properties that are out of compliance in our county. We work with them at all levels, including trying to encourage voluntary compliance so that it does not become litigation. So that's that prevention measure that we talked about earlier. Additionally, our Public Records Act, we are not provided coverage through WCRP, that's our risk pool coverage, for Public Records Act lawsuits. So we work very closely with our Public Records Officer to monitor and to provide advice on any Public Records Act issues in anticipation and prevention of further litigation. Any questions on this slide? Okay, sorry. So we previewed the different areas of litigation in the last slide, but these are again examples of specific litigation. I do lead most of the litigation for our division. So I have my hands many of these areas. So some couple of items to touch upon that are, drop everything and focus on type of litigation cases are our Involuntary Treatment Act cases. These are the civil commitments, more commonly known as extreme risk protection orders, which are authorized by statute, firearms restorations, and motions to vacate. We do handle all the forfeitures for the county. And like I said, we do not have WCRP coverage for Public Records Act litigation, also Land Use Petition Act litigation we are very, very much involved in, and Philip leads that for our department. Any questions on this?
No, thank you.
I'll turn this over to Philip.
We also, our division does the child support enforcement for the county. We do that under a contract with WAPA SEP. WAPA and the SEP part is support enforcement program. Ultimately, as James said, that money, there's money that helps fund that. It comes from the federal government through state agencies. It's really, really important because statistics show that for families that are receiving child support, it's usually more than 50% of their income. So it's very, very important. We run an aggressive program to try to get non-custodial parents to comply with their court-ordered child support or face contempt. We have a child support enforcement officer, Lisa Phillips, who's really good at that. And so really pleased to be helping get non-custodial parents comply with their support obligations. Questions about child support? Okay, so here's our plan for the year. What are our significant priorities for the year? And right now my face is covering some of this, so I got to move it while I talk. But we have the on-site sewage code. That's the septic code that we're in the process of updating, and that's for environmental public health. We have the Pleasant Harbor Master Plan Resort. We're doing that for DCD. We mostly completed the sewer ordinance and ILA with the PUD. Last year, there's a few carry-on things that we're helping with on that. And then we have a bunch of land use codes that we would typically work on. You'll know about the SMP and what's going on with that. You talked about it this morning. We're about to have a comp plan update start this year, and we'll be supporting that. And then anytime there's a change in state law, which is true of the on-site sewerage code, we'll help departments to address that. Of course, we help the BOCC with priorities, including legislation. The Transportation Benefit District is one piece of recent legislation that was priority legislation that we helped put together pretty quickly. And then we have some state and federal court litigation, which we'll talk to you about in the executive session. And then finally, whatever priority projects there may be, we'll usually jump on those. Most recently, issues related to the bridge that's going to be built in Quilcene. Have any questions? I'm happy to answer them about these priorities.
And since you're having to speak through this, I'm finding myself especially grateful for the extra time you all have spent with me to get me onboarded. I've gotten to see this presentation and ask lots of questions. So thank you again for all that time to get me up to speed.
You're welcome.
No, I also appreciate the overview, but I'm sensitive to the fact that we have an executive session to go into.
As the chair, I appreciate that you are on top of that.
Appreciate all your work. I mean, we don't engage with the criminal side very much, so it's great to get an update about the activities, and I don't know what we'd do without the civil side, so you've got a good team working with you, James, that we get a lot of benefit from, so thank you guys.
Can't imagine life without you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We love working for you guys.
Small but mighty.
You bet. I just want to put in a special thank you for the Child Advocacy Center. I've been following that, and Jessica Lowe's really excited. I'm going to get to be at the launch coming up, so I'm looking forward to learning more about it.
That's wonderful. Well, I really appreciate that. I think this is something that's really important. I speak somewhat selfishly as a parent of kids in this community. The demographics are such that I don't think that children or young families get really quite enough attention or resources in this county. So I think this is something that's really important.
And speaking of support and resources, we gotta look for ongoing funding for this.
Yep.
Because we're funding 50 grand out of the victim witness fund.
Yeah.
Because they have fund balance, but we can do that once.
Okay, that's good to know. Finding ongoing funding, is an ongoing challenge.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's nothing else on this item. We'll move on to our next item, which is an executive session.
And we have a new link for that we just got.
Okay, yep, it looks like it's,
Is it in the calendar?
and is our Department of Community Development gonna be in this one?
No.
Okay, great.
Will the prosecutor be involved in this one?
Yeah, I'll sit.
Okay.
I'm allowed to be here.
Oh, yeah, it's put on the notice. And
It's on the notice.
Right.
So we are going into an executive session with the county administrator, prosecutor, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and 2 civil deputy prosecuting attorneys regarding potential litigation. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We're going in at 2:19 and we will come out at 3 o'clock.
And the prosecutor, did you listen?
Yep,
We're going on the agenda.
yep. I read the agenda.
Okay. Let's do, okay, hang on, you're being transcribed. Okay, there you go.
Okay, I am coming out of executive session to announce that we will be extending our executive session with this county administrator, prosecutor, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and 2 civil deputy prosecuting attorneys regarding potential litigation. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We're going in at 3:02 and we'll come back out at 3:25. There we go. Okay. We are coming out of executive session. And taking no action. We were in executive session with our county administrator, prosecutor, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and 2 civil deputy prosecuting attorneys regarding potential litigation. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I.
You'll need to notify them if you have action or no.
Okay, taking no action. Okay, moving on to our tardy agenda item, which is an update on our sustainable forestry program. With half the sustainable forestry capacity of the county in the room, so let's turn it over to Mallory Weinheimer from Chickadee Forestry, our colleague and forestry consultant.
Thank you, guys. Happy New Year. Good to see you all.
New Year.
And thank you all for being here. I don't know if we can do a public comment period, but in case any of my folks want to chime in, they have all been amazing colleagues and supporters in this program, and I wouldn't be here without them. The point of this was to just go over what the work was that we accomplished in 2024 with the forestry program and give you a bit of an overview. So feel free to chime in, ask questions. That's going to be discussed, and I wanted to keep this to about 15 minutes so I can answer more questions and have more discussion with you guys, because a big part of this is also figuring out, I have a plan laid out for 2025, but would love more input from you guys on how you keep going, make this more successful, and obviously input from these amazing folks too. Hi.
Well, this is one of my favorite things.
I could see.
When I came to the county, Philip said, we need to get a handle on property that the county owns. And so I got a spreadsheet from our GIS folks, and it had a link to every single county parcel. And I went through 300 and some odd parcels and typed in a description of the parcel. And what I found was that a lot of them said forest.
Yeah.
And so I found out that Mallory worked at WSU Extension, and I think I made contact.
Yeah.
But then a month later, you quit.
I did.
Like, well, that's not good. But then I discovered that she had created Chickadee Forestry, and so Philip Morley gave me the go-ahead to do an RFQ, and Mallory submitted. And 2 very large forestry firms east of the Hood Canal submitted applications too, and I said, well, she's cheaper and she's local. And so we threw her the bone, and from that bone, we've got a full skeleton now.
Yeah.
An emerging forestry economy. And anyway, I'm just thrilled with the work she's done, and so your ball.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been amazing, and rural economic development and forestry has been my 2 big interests and 30 areas of expertise. And so being able to combine that here at home and with getting to work with so many amazing people has been a dream. Yeah, and the program has grown up a lot. I do have a whole annual report, actual written report to accompany this. But we'll just go over this and I'll talk it through. So 2024 in review. The big change in 2024, there was a new contract signed for 5 years. Thank you, County. And what I really wanted to do is we had done so much baseline work and research to figure out, is this something that can move forward? What does this look like being more formalized? And so I hired Katrina Amaral from Timberdoodle Farm and Sawmill and got together with more of the advisors and came up with a strategic plan, 5-year plan to formalize this because it's getting more attention around the state and figure out, put all those pieces together, make it an exportable program and really tie a bow on this whole development that we're doing, because as Mark said, it started with a list of 300 parcels. And so figuring all of these pieces out on a smaller budget has been amazing work, but we really want to make it now more formalized. We did a lot of outreach and events last year, starting with, there was a big stakeholder meeting, which we're actually in the process of planning with Scott Freeman again this year. It was the first time that I think we have had all of the pieces of the puzzle together. So the private sector, public sector, county departments, loggers, the paper mill, DNR, all these, and construction, all in the same room, trying to figure out how do we work on forest health issues and how do we keep that wood in the community. The community wildfire protection plan was a big piece that was headed up a lot by Mark and Heidi. And that also brought a ton of communities together, and there's more grant funding coming out of that. The DNR land, trust land transfer program was another big one. We presented in, I think, July on 4 different properties trying to acquire them back to county ownership. And there's been a lot of work done in 2023 and 2022 with DNR. I can talk more about that. The weak points, we still don't have a complete chain of custody. Back in November, as I was planning for the next county harvest, we found out that the local log truck we've been relying on was sold, which kind of puts a wrench in our plan because we have been working with boots on the ground forestry and we're planning that, but we need a self-loading log truck. To move.
Now, everywhere we go, we ask people for money for a log truck.
So that is, none of this really moves forward on the timber harvesting side if we don't have all of the pieces of the puzzle together there. And that one is, we've gotten a lot stronger on a lot of those links in the chain, but we're not quite there. So it's a hard lift, but it's slowly making progress.
Could we rent a truck from Herman Brothers?
They don't have a self-loader. It's a very specific type of truck, but I am all for all of the ideas.
What's the dollar amount?
Well, I think the last truck was sold for 150,000. I know another truck is being sold right now for 200,000. So somewhere in that ballpark, I would guess. That sound right? Yeah. They also have some ideas about that. I won't pick on them in this meeting, but
oh, go for it.
Yeah, we are gonna go for a Lion grant. Heidi and I have talked about different ideas around that, whether there's like a cooperative ownership of a truck in the community, if there's an entity that wants, a private entity that wants to buy the truck, possibly the county owning a truck, which would be a very innovative model, but being able, because the county already has the fleet services and all of the mechanics, it actually seems like it could be a really useful place to have a log truck and have another source of revenue coming in, the resource for the community. Low value wood is also one of the weak points. Is we're still trying to see PC paper. Jennifer Gallons this year has been an amazing partner. And the trucking costs are one of the things that are really difficult with logging, and finding more ways to reduce that cost and getting directly to PC paper would be awesome. So those are the weak points for 2024 that I'm still working on. For the next slide. Yeah, the strategic plan. So the 5-year plan is, we had annual targets, for each year, obviously, with Katrina. And there were 5 focus areas: partnerships, land acquisition, financial targets, timber harvesting, and communication and outreach. Going through that list, most of the year 1 goals have been met. The main one that was not met was timber harvesting. And
Which is where we get revenue.
yeah, so the financial was not met, the timber harvesting was not met. But I feel good about, you know, the work that we're doing on those. It's not like anywhere else is really solving this problem, and I think we're farther ahead of the curve, and a lot of people are looking at what we're doing in Jefferson County, and we have more private entities that are working on this. It's slow and steady, but really positive growth, I think. And talking about the formalized program. So at the end of 2025, I'd really like to have more of the standards, procedures in place, contracts for harvesting, all of these things that other counties are looking to us for, so that this can outlive shitty forestry and the current administration here, so that other people can utilize this and it's not stored in all of our brains. Next slide, please. Land acquisition. Heidi can chime in on this because Heidi has been, we talked a lot. And she's part of the DNR, Trust Land Transfer Development. This has been a new process. So this took up a good amount of time this past year, looking at the Trust Land Transfer applications. And we were going for 4 different properties, Cape George, Beaver Valley,
Anderson Lake, and Jacob Miller.
And we just talked about this in legislative priorities.
Yeah, so Cape George is the next project on the list. That the Trust Land Transfer work, I've been on every TLT work group, so I have these lists, but they're not publishing the list with Cape George on it yet. Because they were only funding down to 30 million. And so I'm going to Olympia tomorrow and I'm gonna talk to them about adding, because a project or 2 have come off the list above Cape George, which gives room for funding at least part of, if not all of, the Cape George acquisition.
Great.
So we're seriously noodling on that one right now.
That's wonderful. The DNR partnership has been a really big one and a big question, because other Kitsap County had a very different working relationship with DNR, and part of what makes this whole program go is if we have a little bit more landowners. The parcels, the 300 parcels, are mostly 10 acres or under. So to have a sustainable, continuous revenue producing land base, it would be extremely helpful to have a few hundred more acres. And so these were the target properties. So one of the things that I focused on a lot in this last year was working with DNR, looking through past contracts, acquiring the Thorndike and the Climber West property, and the processes, and figuring out what, if Trust Land Transfer wasn't the best option, what are the other strategies, and how can we pass that information along to other counties as well, because it's kind of been a black box working with DNR. It's not like it hasn't been difficult, but there's not a lot of information. So just having some quick toolkits to say, like, okay, this land might have this criteria, this makes it more helpful to go through this strategy. So having that all mapped was a big piece.
And generally, Mallory and I have had conversations with DNR, and in the conversations with their forester up here, we came to a kind of working agreement that we focus our acquisition efforts north of Highway 104.
Okay.
And refrain from protesting timber sales as a county south of 104. There's a lot of energy around timber sales south of 104 right now, but we said we would like to focus on acquiring some lands. And they said, okay, we'll focus north of 104. So all of the parcels that Mallory just mentioned are all north of Highway 104.
Okay.
And
BOCC sent a
Right,
letter
we
with
sent
that philosophy.
We sent a letter.
Okay.
And they're well aware, and these are compatible with their goals too. These properties that we're looking at are the least productive. It's in the rain shadow, the driest properties. They have the most people around them, so they get the most pressure. Highest transportation because it's furthest north. So there are a number of reasons that DNR is okay letting these
slow growing, not
parcels go.
revenue producing.
There are a couple of parcels that they were like, please take. We just aren't interested. Like there's another one that isn't, I don't think it's even on here, but it's down by 104, down by the bridge.
Teal Lake, right?
Not Teal
No,
Lake,
oh.
it's the one right on the highway.
Right.
Yeah.
That you can see when you come off the bridge.
Yeah, they were like, put a sign for welcome to Jefferson out there. So there's.
DNR doesn't want them, but they have enough value that we might.
Yes, they do. And the other goal with these, if it comes back to Jefferson County, is we can demonstrate lower intensity kind of forest, doing selective harvesting, making demonstration forests, incorporating trails and access, and just talking about other ways to do forestry in the community. So it's more in the public eye, but more accessible. We've talked a lot with Chief Black about how to work with the fire department on these to do more fire awareness about fire risk mitigation, because a lot of the private properties, part of the big goal of the county project is to have it be an educational model for private landowners. And we have so many 5-acre properties that are really overstocked, high risk fire, and there's not a lot of information out there on how to manage them. So being able to implement management on something like the Cape George property and show that this is accessible and available to 5-acre landowners and different private landowners is a huge benefit. Tool. You can go to the next one.
The Cape George parcel is about 3/4 working forest and about 1/4 of what's called the Quimperlost Wilderness, which is a stand of old growth.
Yeah, and each of those 4 properties has some not necessarily old growth, but what they're calling legacy forest surveys, more mature, richer forests that there's not a whole lot of examples, especially North Quimper, because it's drier forest, so it's slightly different than a lot of the ecology of the rest of the Olympic Peninsula. This is this is from one of the events. I think this is Jim and Hannah speaking to yeah, where we did a selective harvest back in 2021.
And there, this was a fantastic presentation, and actually in that picture, this was my first introduction after seeing your presentation at the city council.
Oh, great.
Which, so it was fantastic, beautifully managed, well done.
Yeah, and this is truly a program of interdependence between all of the partners, and everyone there has been so helpful. Jennifer spoke the second night, and bringing the land trust and PC paper together intentionally to have this kind of unified front for all these project partners in the community is a really big thing. And I was quite proud of that event, and grateful for all of our partners that came. Yeah, we had over 70 attendees there. We had that first big stakeholder meeting, and we're going to do another one this year. And we're planning a couple of outreach events again. I know Chief Black was really impressed with the events and wanted to do more of those in the different communities as well. I know Port Ludlow and Cape George have a lot of concerns over fire risk, and so trying to just get more information about forest management to those communities was on his priority list. So figuring that out this year. Next one. More businesses operating, boots on the ground. These guys in the back are wonderful, and I am so stoked about having small loggers. They're going to be doing the harvest for Jefferson County. And what's really cool about this one is in the past, we worked with North Hills Logging, who was awesome, but they're a bigger operation. And because they're a bigger operation, they necessarily had to go faster. And to be able to sell wood locally in the community to scale down a bit, I really wanted to have a smaller, more flexible option. And these guys are fulfilling that need, which is really exciting, and specializing in ecological forestry and utilizing looking at how to really make businesses viable. And the Jefferson Timber Collaborative is another one here that's starting to really grow, and they're getting commercial space down with the port starting in May. And so to see loggers and mills that are operating here that have grown through the support of this is huge. And I think it speaks a lot to the community and efforts here locally. Next one.
So we've been working actively with the port to get their capacity to use some of their property, kind of made that available out at the airport.
So great partnership.
Timber harvesting, so still in progress. We're planning for timber harvest this year, trying to figure out the trucking and local purchasing. The Jefferson Timber Collaborative is really getting off the ground, and they have their supply list, or their sales list of the product line that they're selling. Each of the mills are already selling wood already to the community, building kits, decking, siding, all of that. So we're just gonna try and continue to support that. Combining efforts with City of Port Townsend, it looks like City of Port Townsend might be doing timber harvesting as well this year. They have definitely followed the county model. So just because we're all operating on smaller budgets and trying to make alignment through everything, keeping that in mind as well. Parks and Rec have reached out. The first 3 harvests were in county parks. So they've been amazing partners. And there's a couple small projects that they have that will be roped in to timber harvesting this year. And then firewood, with Carolyn brought this up years ago, and I'm still working on it. But with the low value wood that we have, I would really love to be selling more firewood in the community. It was actually one of the first things I really wanted to do with Chickadee, and I still haven't dialed that in, but I've been talking a lot to Jim and Hannah about them figuring out selling, having a firewood model themselves that they'll be selling through the county. And the Jefferson Timber Collaborative has approved space down at their site down by the airport. So we'll have a space to be seasoning the firewood, to be selling using an Olympic housing. They have the vouchers for firewood, so veterans and people with economic needs will be able to use the vouchers for the firewood, and it will be sold publicly to the community. That's the plan anyway.
Yeah, so the veteran program could use the voucher system and buy the firewood. I was telling her out in the hallway even, our firewood vendors often don't want to fill out W-9. And it was harder to find firewood for veterans, so this program would work out great for that.
Very cool.
And Port Townsend Heaper Company, they've been so awesome, showing up for meetings, helping out, and just trying to figure out more ways to streamline and get more of this low value wood, because ultimately a lot of the wood we're harvesting is low value wood, reducing fire risk. And so it is mostly going to be going to firewood and PC paper and other ways we can get that out in the community and have that kind of circular economy. But PT paper has just been amazing in trying to help us figure out solutions and support this program. So yeah, next one. And 2025, so there's North Hills, their logging truck. This is not a self loader. So what they had, because North Hills was a larger operation, they had log loaders too, and forwarders and all of the equipment to move logs. So as we're scaling down, it moves slower, but we need a truck that basically has an arm that picks up logs and loads on. There are other options, but having a self loader would really be the most convenient. So for 2025, I've outlined the big goal is to have all the documentation in the back end for this done, just so that we have program documents for everything and processes for everything. Everything that has been living in my head is documented. And then to do more timber harvest. So I have broken that down into monthly and quarterly objectives We'll still be doing monthly meetings with the county, doing monthly reports. I'm happy to report to the county overall as much as you guys would like. Goal is 25% wood sold from these harvests to stay in county. I think if we're doing it smaller and to scale, we can beat that, but 25% would still be better than any harvest I've done to date. So it would be great. Continuing to work on that chain of custody and improving the resiliency of our local economy, and looking at grants for the 2026 biennium. Heidi, Mark, and I have talked about doing presentations because Mark is retiring and because we have a lot of the brains behind this to actually be able to share the work that we've done here together with other counties, and go a little bit more public on what this looks like and how other communities can duplicate these efforts. The other thing is to meet with each of the county commissioners quarterly so that you guys can have one-on-ones rather than only in this public setting, to just like talk through what we're doing. If you have other questions, if you want to talk forestry, making myself a little bit more available.
That'd be great.
So that's what I think that's all I've got. Yeah, we have to head out. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you, Anna.
Yeah, good to see you all. So that's what I've got. I don't know if we can open to public comments or if you guys have anything, but. Want to do public comments or is that part of us? Are you open?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to throw in one thing?
I'm closer to.
Okay, here. Just in addition to. It's so you can be heard
the
by
speaker.
Hello.
It's a little fun.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Mallory. This is all super exciting, super awesome to see. And Mallory's doing such a good job of bringing the ecosystem together of all the pieces. I was just gonna say, in addition to the self-loader, there's one other like equipment piece of the ecosystem. So almost no loggers with the equipment that most loggers in the Western United States use will come out for a piece of property smaller than 50 acres or so. And that's because of how huge the machinery is and how much it costs to move it. And so another piece of equipment and thing that Jim in particular has been thinking about is sort of deriving from a more Scandinavian model of forestry, which is more modular and nimble and can move between sites much quicker and cheaper. So that's just another equipment thing to put on the table. And I think in particular, I mean, Boots on the Ground is looking into getting this kind of set up. It would put us in a lot of debt and make it really hard to function. And so there's something to be said. I'm interested and excited about the different options for the self-loader in terms of ownership, like county owning it or cooperatively owned. And I think similarly, if there was a set of equipment, which is basically a tractor, a forestry winch, and a self-loading log trailer, and a firewood processor, that would basically provide you this modular setup that can all be towed by a standard truck and taken to smaller parcels. And so if operators were able to use that in some way or other, and I don't know how ownership would work, that would keep costs lower in terms of generating revenue on those logs, because the overhead would be so low for the operators. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Anna.
thank you. I'm sorry to say that and run. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
We have to go meet with our accountant. Thank you.
You guys, any of you want to add anything? Yeah, Cindy.
Thanks, Mallory. Great presentation. I'm Cindy Bratz, City of Port Townsend. Just to set the stage for my comment, you know, the forest and trees greenhouse gas inventory was adopted by the county and the city in 2001. And new sequestration goals were adopted in 2024. It would be nice to see the sequestration goals tied in with the forestry program because it is for forests and trees. So just mentioning, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Al? Jennifer? Ross? No?
You're the first.
So I'll just say that these guys are all members of Mallory's advisory group. So she has a large set of like 20 advisors who, when she has technical questions or market questions, she can reach out to them as resources. And it's a super valuable part of Chickadee forestry that we don't take for granted. And sometimes I say things and Mallory will say, so-and-so said that that's not right. Okay. Point taken. But so, I mean, I've been really involved in forestry stuff as a commissioner, but prior to that, but mostly from the conservation side. And so, but I've been really involved with DNR and all these work groups for the last 4 years, and I'm not on I'm still on the carbon and forest management work group, so that's just wrapping up, but the trust land transfer work group was a big piece of work and was what inspired us to submit the 4 trust land transfer applications because counties became eligible. So anyway, it's exciting and so a lot of work ahead too.
Yeah, it just feels like this capacity to work with smaller parcels. And if we could crack that nut to make it really functional and that might really be key to kind of adding to the local economy in ways that dealing with the larger parcels hasn't been as much of an option. So that's pretty exciting and really innovative. So excited to hear about this.
And the idea of co-oping some equipment with, I think ideally the timber collective. But, you know, I mean, the idea of the county, because we have fleet services is another idea. We haven't talked to Public Works about that idea. Monty might be listening right now. But,
it's like you've got the first and then.
Yeah. But the idea of having it, equipment that could be used by the collective, by the community. And the Jefferson Timber Collaborative is really kind of coming on with a full steam ahead.
Yeah, and I also love that the, projects that can generate some of their own revenue is really, it's something that nonprofits are really having to look at and can be a really important solution. And I love that this has elements of that could be self-sustaining. It's kind of what environment ecoforestry really is about, that self-sustaining model. And so
takes time to set up though. And even though there was no revenue last year, it seems like the program is really growing and the framework is being developed. So it's really exciting to see it blossom and build that economy, I guess. It'd be great if it was an economy. And I guess I had a question. Can this economy scale up too? You talk about trucking, and I think about the Port Angeles' money to get spud barges, and would love to take them out of Port Townsend paper and into Port Townsend paper. Are there opportunities to take the small work and scale it up so transportation costs aren't so impactful? Go the other way with chain of custody questions.
Yeah, I hope so, certainly. I think especially with larger parcels, we absolutely can, but I think to address some of the smaller properties, having this option of flexibility to scale down or up is huge. And I think it's been helpful to test the pricing at the smaller scale, because not really anyone else is doing it. I mean, I've talked to Ross so many years about this. And because he was the DNR forester, and it helps me around, especially all of my cars. But there's just not many loggers that are really operating on this scale, and it's really hard. Like I have pushed for this because I was having so many jobs that weren't actually penciling out. So to have them be able to pencil out at a smaller level, I think opens the doors to go up. But yeah, definitely the goal would be to do larger properties as well. And that's part of the goal with like having the Cape George property, having the Teal Lake property, or any of these other larger ones that we can continue to scale and do bigger pieces.
It feels like the other thing to really highlight is the collaboration with the East Jefferson Fire and Rescue, and that was something I certainly gained from the presentation that you did Timberton Park. And it was actually something that it was really, that was brought up at the newly elected officials conference in November. Because there were other counties there, particularly Skamania County and Ferry County, who were really commiserating with one another about a lot of their residents losing their homeowners insurance because of fire.
Sure.
And so they were very interested when I was telling them about the program that you're establishing, because they're hopeful that it might help them to prove to insurance companies that if they could implement a program like that, that they might be able to help constituents to maintain their fire insurance, their homeowners insurance.
Right.
And I wonder how much of an issue that may become in this area as well. So, you know, making sure that we're getting ahead of those fire issues so that we could be in a position to help homeowners maintain their homeowners insurance is a pretty huge benefit here.
Yeah,
We should highlight.
yeah, it's huge, and I think in the county, we're doing a lot of the education around it, but really DNR already has an amazing program now for the last year or two that is making that accessible. So part of the job, like part of the outreach is just to let people know, like, county, we're trying to do the stuff at the county level, but like talk to DNR, like it's a 1-page application to get into doing pre-commercial thinning and slash reduction. And like I'm working with a client out in Squim right now that's getting a forest management plan slash and planting covered 50%.
That's great.
From the state. So there are resources out there that are actually far more accessible. There are more outfits like boots on the ground that are willing to do this work. But it is something that just needs to have more education. I think that's why when we created the website last year, I was like, I want, like, on my own business website, on the county website, it's like, yes, you can pay for your chickadee, but like, go to the free resources. Like, you can get a free forester to come to your property. You can get DNR resources within one page. These resources are out there for you.
And you have links to those on your website if I were to
And
connect.
on the
these
county webpage, there's a webpage for the sustainable forestry
Yeah.
program, finally.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so we're trying to just make all of that information as accessible as possible.
And I would say another thing about the parcels that we're working on with DNR right now, Cape George and Anderson Lake, is that the Cape George parcel has a lot of passive trails on it, because the community of Cape George abuts the parcel.
Yeah.
And so that's a pretty dense residential community, and so there's a lot of people using those trails, and we can have more sensitivity to those kinds of issues working locally on these timber harvests. And the same is true with Anderson Lake State Park, which is the next in the list, the prioritized list. Anderson Lake Park will come up next, and that property is directly south of Anderson Lake State Park and is the potential extension of the Olympic Discovery Trail out of Anderson Lake State Park. So the next extension of the trail would go on this now DNR property that we're hoping to get transferred to the county. And that's another, huge recreational asset for our community. So I think it's where we can manage for multiple benefits on a property. Whereas DNR might just need to harvest the timber or, whatever the other potential landowner would prioritize on the property, but we can, do timber harvest, manage for recreation, and then like with Cape George, it's got the Quimperlost Wilderness, and that's about, I think, 70 acres of old growth forest that the community has long been trying to figure out a pathway to protect. So,
yeah, and I wonder how much, these kinds of beautiful, sustainable practices might be relevant in the Port Level's situation. And, as they, kind of negotiate how to manage those lands, and still be able to harvest sustainably.
Keep clacking on the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Port Lolo is one of the areas that he gets a lot of attention from, and he wanted to do the outreach event that we did in Jamaican Park.
Good.
Yeah, he's talked about that for a little while. And he he came in and, Ross, came in and worked with me a lot on the trailhead because that one was so much. When we did the harvest with Trailhead Park, there was so much community concern over that one, and it was the hardest project that we did. But he came in and talked about fire access, and Ross worked with me a lot on that, and so I didn't realize quite how much of a resource that was until that point. So now with all of the harvest, like he's included in the first conversations of like, how do we plan roads through these properties and make this accessible with you guys as a partner, thinking of that the first step. So it's really changed the way the rationale around my harvest planning too. And he's been great, and he has other thoughts about like getting a WCC crew that's shared between the county and the fire department to do some of the forest slash and kind of fire reduction management around the county, which I think would be great, and I think we have some options around that. But it's still, there's just a lot of moving parts. So
No, that's why you have a plan, so that you can stick to the plan. At least not get too distracted. This is fantastic.
thank you.
Good work, man.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah, these guys have all been with me, I think, from the start, and I think all of you watch the county commissioner meetings pretty regularly. So
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I'll say, as a new District 1 commissioner, you're kind of on my list to connect with anyway, so I would really love to sit down and talk with you all soon if we could.
Sure.
Just you kind of give me the download and make sure I know how to support you.
Oh, Mark's my favorite trucks.
No, yeah.
Self loader. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
No,
Yeah, thanks for your patience.
we got chat time out there.
You
Good to see you guys. Bye.
Good work.
Hi, Al. Hi, Al. Did you get
Man, a few words.
Hey, Al, did you get my dues?
Out to the
Okay,
grain.
great. Great. Great.
All right.
I was
Thanks,
thinking that
Mallory.
I needed
Thank
to-
you guys.
Yeah.
I know they really need the support.
And thank you, Caroline. Thank you.
Hey, well, there's nothing, well, wait, is
I
there
gotta go left.
another
You guys get this?
additional? Oh, yeah, Greg's letter. Do you wanna?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you email that to us?
Oh.
You did.
I asked 8002. I think she sent it out to.
Boy, they really ran their signatures together.
Oh. Maybe I can put it up on. Oh wait, where is it?
I read it over lunch.
Okay. Well, they can post it on the,
Happy to support it.
yeah, we supported this last time,
Yeah.
just so you know, I don't know. I mean, so Mason PUD 1 provides electricity to Brennan, south of Mount Walker, not Jefferson PUD.
Yep,
So
I know that.
we often have partnership with them, and even I think gave them some funds from our COVID dollars for new power poles, and this is vegetation removal.
As we were
And-
just talking about,
Yep.
very relevant.
As one of the 10 houses in the county that lost their power this weekend when a tree fell on the power line. I know that this is a very critical thing to get ahead of if you can. Prevention is always cheaper. They had to be out there for like 4 hours trying to get it back.
And so they're applying for
A grant.
funding through the United States Department of Agriculture.
USDA, yeah.
Okay, and we're just supporting their application to USDA.
Yep.
This looks really easy to support.
Good.
Can I just sign it?
We need to make a motion first. I'll move that we approve signing, the BOCC approves signing the letter of support for Mason PUD 1's application to the USDA vegetation removal grant.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks for organizing that, Greg.
Our names are too long now. We're gonna have to redo our,
We can make it smaller.
I was gonna remind you all that we did receive a letter from,
Oh, I'm sorry, real quick. That was additional business, we actually opened it for public comment.
Was
Yeah,
on
you-
each item or the rest of it?
On this letter, I
Just the
should,
letter.
I should probably show it, I can share it on the screen.
Okay, sorry about that. Okey doke. I guess we have one member of the public still. Okay, so we are going to open for public comment on this letter to the USDA Forest Service on a funding opportunity for vegetation management on Forest Service lands by Mason County PUD number 1. Is there anybody with us who'd like to make a comment on this letter? There's no one in the room with us anymore. If you're online and would like to make a public comment, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Not seeing any hands go up. I am gonna close public comment on this.
Gotta call the question one more time.
Oh, all in favor of the letter?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Keeping us on the straight and narrow, Karen.
Thank you. Okay, and so then there was one item on the additional items legislative report, but I kind of talked about that this morning.
Yeah,
in my
really
briefing.
appreciated that. So,
And I'll make my best effort to get you guys one of those every time I go to LSC, which is every 2 weeks. I did want to lead out, I mentioned earlier this morning, sometimes we all get sent something like not public comment or a letter that goes to Jeff BOCC. One thing we got in the last couple of weeks was a letter from NOAA regarding consultation invitation for the Hoh watershed fish passage at the tributary to Hoh Roaring Creek, Jefferson County. And I did ask Public Works if they were supportive of this, and they said it's been on their TIP, Transportation Improvement Plan, and they are supportive of it. So I can get back to NOAA and say we don't have any concerns. You're okay with that? I'm okay with that.
sounds reasonable.
Okay. No, if there was anything else that came to the BOCC that I would. No. Anything from you guys? Any other?
Any legislative ones or just new
No,
business?
I mean, we're, otherwise
Good
we'll.
Calendar, we haven't calendared.
We have a calendar, yeah, I can look forward. Sometimes we do briefing and then do calendaring all together, but we ran out of time.
You want this to be emailed to you? or
Just
do you want
email
to
it to me and I'll send it to, I don't think we needed the hard copy. I don't, but yeah, I'll take the hard copy.
do
Just,
a hard copy and then you can.
Yep. Thank you. I do have a letter of support I just got from Jefferson PDO. He's applying for BEAD funding, which I did not know.
You want to take action on it right now? I'll stick around.
B funding?
BEAD funding for
Oh.
the building fiber to the last approximately 1,200 rural residents lacking access to high school broadband. They need it by next Wednesday, the 29th, so we can bring it back next week. I'll do a letter for the gender request for it at that time.
I can quickly do my week ahead, start off. Okay, let's see. I am with you today, of course. This evening, I'm going to the Green Burials conversation on Stone Island. Hear the land trust presentation and what questions come up there. Tomorrow morning, we all have budget meeting at 8:30. And then I will leave for Olympia by noon. I have a 2 p.m. meeting with Senator Chapman and a 3 o'clock meeting with Strategies 360, and then a 3:45 meeting with Representative Theringer.
Can you ask them a question for me?
Mm-hmm.
For the LCP? We can just make sure that Theringer knows that it's coming with him as a sponsor. And
It's
it
on
can
our
be
list.
co-sponsored by Chapman, so it'd be great to know if you'd be interested in doing that.
Okay.
And I can give some more info if you want, but it's, you know.
I do have it on the list of
Okay.
one of our items, so.
Yeah, great.
Okay. And then the evening is the legislative steering committee, my first legislative steering committee roundtable, which I think is when they kind of talk through the bills that have been introduced and And then.
They didn't do that last time.
Well, we talked through the pre-filed bills, but I think, not really sure what the roundtable is. It's from 6 to 8 PM and sitting around. I think it's less formal than the meeting, which is the next morning from 9 to 1 PM. And then at 1 PM, I have a meeting with Adam Birnbaum. And then I will drive back for the SWAC meeting at 3, starting that meeting in the car and then going to Public Works. And then in the evening, after the SWAC meeting, I have, I'm gonna attend the Mason Street update at the library in Hadlock at 5.
Can you report back on what's the number of units now? That's something that needs to go on. I know it's kind of moving target.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be great to see that presentation, like if they have if Jamie.
Okay.
Can send us the
PowerPoint or whatever.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I know, I was fairly certain you were gonna go, so.
And then on Friday, I have KPTC. I'm not going to the Olympic Coast Sanctuary meeting. Are you attending that?
I am.
Okay. And then I will head over to KPTC and I still need to ask Auntie and or Eric if they'll come do a roads show with me on KPTC. Seems like there'd be a lot of great song options.
There you go.
Again?
For
roads.
a Weston washout KPTZ show.
Drake Road.
Okay.
I think you should do some Beach Boys, like some surfing.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
Like out.
And then after that, immediately after that, I have a State Shoreline Hearing Board hearing briefing.
Oh, has that been a while since you sat in on one of those?
This one has been, I've been in one meeting about this in the last month, but this is the second meeting about this particular case. And then, yeah, and that's it for the rest of the week.
All right. You wanna go?
Oh, we can go.
All right. Today is pretty much done. Also, we'll be in the budget meeting tomorrow morning early. I'm glad we're looking at this calendar. So I'm not an early morning person, so this is a good reminder. Followed by a 10:15 meeting. Peggy Webster from OLECAP is going to come and just give me an update. She requested to just give me an update on the actual projects that they have in the works, especially those here in District 1. So she's just going to share an update on those. Then I have at 12:30, Laura Tucker is going to come. I'll be sitting on the Climate Action Committee. So I asked her to just kind of give me an orientation to what they've been working on, their priorities. So I can be better prepared to jump into that meeting, and she's generously sharing an hour of her time. Then I'll be in the Housing Fund Board meeting toward the end of the day. On Thursday, I'm going to do a meet and greet at Public Health offered by Apple Martine. So she's going to give me some tours and introduce me to more of her staff. So I'll spend some time with Public Health on Thursday morning. I am planning to go to the PIT planning meeting because I think you said you weren't able to do that one too, right? So I will attend, that's the time planning committee, just kind of their next session of planning. I have accepted a first floor conference room meeting. Is that something I need to attend?
You probably shouldn't have. I'll be there.
You'll be there. Okay, great.
I can talk a little bit about that.
I just mind that.
Okay, great. It's showing up on my calendar.
Friends are tech experts.
Got it. So I will decline that one. And then the conference. First floor conference planning.
Older to figure out what are the needs for.
Something else, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's something you're probably pretty interested in.
Yes.
But I will decline that one. Then I am planning to go to the NODC, the North Olympic Development Council's monthly meeting.
Okay.
Which would
I
be my
usually
first
attend that, but I don't.
I think it's on my committee list so I will double check.
So, but anyone
I don't
can,
have it in front of me.
we're all members of it. We pay. I went to the executive meeting last week, so.
It is, Heather is our lead. for
On NODC?
Yeah,
Oh,
we decided that when we reviewed the committee list.
oh, okay. I
Yeah.
didn't know. I'll do a handoff with Karen.
All right,
I went and I guess I will not be the vice chair.
Okay, all right.
That's fine. No, that's no problem. You should go, because I couldn't go in.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm gonna go, and then if we wanna, if there are reasons for us to continue to trade it off, that's great too. We'll just stay in contact.
No, that sounds, yeah.
On Friday morning, I am gonna attend the Cannabis Education Summit for at least an hour and a half. It's actually, half the day. Laura Tucker's putting that on from Public Health, at Finn River. So I'm gonna, I checked in with her, just to make sure it wouldn't be disruptive if I just showed up for what I can, because then, at 10, I will, be in the Marine Sanctuary meeting, so that'll be my first advisory committee for the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary Committee. And then I'm gonna spend the rest of my Friday trying to get started on some of these mini trainings that I'm supposed to be doing. So I'm gonna try to do some of that on Friday afternoon and kind of pepper it into my schedule over the next few weeks to try to get some of those hours under my belt.
Excellent. Busy week.
Yeah.
I know, it seems like we're all cramming 5 days into 4. And we didn't let Mark give his report earlier, so we do that.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll be with you at the budget meeting from my house, then I will run up to Chimacum to meet with Superintendent Mock about the aquatic facility. And then I'm running to meet Diane McDade in her office, also about that, kind of to check in on the LCP application. And then and then I'm having my first, I set up a series of interviews with the TCC members talking about this year as I work on a resolution with the PAO's office. And then usually I'm remote for the Housing Fund Board, but I'm just gonna be late to college and I'll be here for your first in person for your first Housing Fund Board meeting. On Thursday, I'm gonna try to go in person to the DEFCON meeting in Chimacum. Then that first floor conference room meeting, really to talk about, what are the needs for that? So lots of different stakeholders, every department that uses it, I think was invited. So make sure it's a high flex hybrid potential. I will not be at the NODC meeting. I'll be from there flying down to Quilcene for a much needed haircut, and then flying down to Brandon to join the EDA tour that is here for the recompete, and going to spending a day in Port Angeles and then a day here. So with our representatives, Asia and Rachel from EDA down in Brennan.
I'm super excited to hear what's next with recompete.
Yeah,
so exciting.
Spud barges, right? And then on Friday, I'm meeting with Jenny Matter and IT to talk about records retention and AI. I plan to use potentially Otter, and just curious, I got 2 links to Otter transcripts today. One from Mallory, who apparently has recorded our whole day's BOCC meeting. And then another one from the Shelter Coalition meeting that I started but could not attend because I was with you from someone that was there. So it is happening. Then I'm actually, it is a tech week meeting with Bonnie Abrimsky to look at the conference room at Public Health, which is a horrible place to attend a meeting virtually because you can't hear anyone, and it's just, I don't know if you've done it, but
That needs to happen.
yeah. So we're just gonna kind of set it out. I mean, they got an owl camera, really, just put the owl camera in the middle, face everyone to the screen. I mean, that's the basic thing, but spend a little time.
District meeting in there and they haven't been problematic, I wonder.
Have you been in person?
Both.
Huh. Well, maybe it depends how many people, but I remember the IDDAB meetings where I just couldn't see anyone and they were strewn in a long table, so. Then I'm going to the change of command down at the American Legion. And then I'm flying down to Quilcene to meet Alex Weinberg from the Olympic National Forest, the political liaison for them down in Quilcene at their office. That's my week.
What's going on with them?
They had reached out for a letter of support. That was the letter that I neglected to bring and just sent on my own letterhead. And he was like, would you like to talk about forest issues? And I'm really going to build a relationship. And I also envision, I use them all the time. I'd love them to open the gate at the bottom of Mount Walker, because it's a hazard to have. Sometimes there's like 20 cars parked right on the highway, adjacent to that road.
Absolutely.
And I've got another gate further along, so I just want to understand the reasons behind it. And I'd love to have the chamber get QR codes at every trailhead so they can connect to local services and local businesses. So just kind of talk my perception on national forest issues.
Cool.
We left 4 minutes from our.
Okay, I can go slow and use them all up. Actually, it'll be quick. Monday holiday, of course, today all day with you commissioners. And the budget committee meeting tomorrow, where I guess we'll see what 2024 looks like. Everything's in the book. And then, of course, chili cook-off at noon.
Oh, I'll be here for that for sure, yeah.
Is it $6 still?
$10.
$8.
10.
Yeah, bring your $8.
Well, I think it's,
Or 10 if you-
usually it's a variable if you would have like a larger variety or something, but I'm not looking at the flyer right now.
Anyway, if you pay 10, I guess you can go back for a second. Thursday, the 23rd. So Greg, that invitation from Dan Ventura to go down there and take a tour of that Pleasant Harbor site. You think there's value in me doing that?
I mean, that's as part of the EDA tour. I think there's some value if you have time to join us.
All right. I spoke to Philip Hunsucker and Josh Peters. Over the noon hour, and so I think I'll go. I don't know if you want to respond to Dan and let him know.
I will let him know.
And copy me on that.
Yeah, and we're meeting at the Cove RV Park. I'm coming from getting my haircut, so I'll meet you there at 3:30.
At what time?
At the Cove RV Park at 3:30 p.m.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is with the tour with EDA. If you'd rather go on a different day, if that's inconvenient, I'm sure they do you any day, but I think it's a day that it's all gonna be good vibes and.
Okay, you'll be on it.
I'll be there as well.
Okay, no, that's great.
And is this Economic Development Association, is this the statewide organization? Federal.
So we have one of our.
DC rep, right?
Yeah, I feel like one of them is out of LA or Portland is our regional rep, and the other is one of the national project leads from out east somewhere.
Okay, all right. So that means the JeffCom admin board is a go in the morning. And I'm gonna meet with Amit Sharma, the WSU Extension Director, for an update. And then first floor conference room meeting, I'll probably be on that. And then, of course, travel down to Brennan for that EDA tour. Friday, kind of a light day. I just had my every 2-week check-in with Sean Frederick. And it's also the due date for Community Wildfire Defense Grant. Draft grant submission, and I need to put a budget together for that grant request. So I'll be at my desk just making up numbers. So that's it.
Okay,
So the grant application, Amanda is focused on just specific issues for grant applications, Amanda?
Well, she has limited bandwidth, but she takes on big projects.
Okay.
Like she helped with recompete, helped with extensive work on the early learning / child care center by the Port Townsend High School.
I mean, Public Works and the Sheriff's Department and Public Health, they all apply themselves.
Yeah.
Taking over public defense grant too.
Yeah, and she helped, I think, with the septage grant. So larger things.
So it's a good place to check first.
Okay.
If there's any grant questions.
Yeah.
So Mark, you shared this multifamily tax exemption bill.
Yeah.
And it's a WASAC. There's a House Bill 1206 expanding access to the multifamily tax exemption program to all GMA planning counties. It's a WASAC legislative priority. And apparently it's getting legs, this bill, and I'm inclined that we would support it if we were asked.
What's the bill number again?
House Bill 1206. They had the first hearing for it this morning in House Finance.
But it looks like there's a point of contact.
Brian Inlow, yeah, he's one of the contract lobbyists for WASAC.
Yeah.
On housing issues.
Okay.
The session.
Next week's meeting will need to be adjourning at 3 o'clock for the finance committee joint BOCC meeting.
Right.
I'm just saying there will be a quorum of the commissioners there, correct?
Yeah.
At the what?
At the finance committee meeting, it's,
Yes.
yeah, the treasurer's asked to pull it concurrently with the BOCC, so we need to adjourn and then start the finance meeting joint BOCC special meeting, so. Okay, keep checking.
Okay, it's
4 times a year.
4:30, so if there's nothing else, I'll adjourn
Okay.
us for today and see you guys next week.
All right, have a great week.